Eurasian live stream. It's good to see you all. So, still not getting anything coming through. Use anyone here? It's the operative bloody word. Did the message get out? Oops. DJ Projectors has appeared, and for some reason, there's only 4 people watching. Oh, 5. Here's Bert. Good morning, mate. It's just coming through now. Good to see you guys. Must be... things have doubled. Actually, that's funny. There's more likes than people watching. Anyway, I'll take an extra like from the Phantom. Yes, good to see you here. Not Roy, Harry. Get it right, DJ Projectors. I mean, he's coming in about an hour's time. Yes, Harry, you mad lad. Yes, very much so, very much so. How are you, mate? So Gunda is just giving the old clapping. That's nice, actually. I'm just, having my goat milk and poisoning myself with vitamin A. It does have more vitamin A, apparently. So, yes, apparently my ancestors lived in mountains that herded goats and ate quite a bit of goat milk and stuff like that. They were just poisoning themselves with a lot of retinol. Unfortunately. How awful. I just don't understand why they lived to close to 100 or over. Shocking. My great-grandfather, 107. God, there must be something wrong. Maybe he wasn't drinking, maybe he was drinking less goat milk than he actually claimed he did. Possibly. Even though he loved the stuff. We have to agree with the cockwombles of this world. No, it's bad, it's evil. It will kill you. Yes, our modern world of supplements and other shit. These people think in a couple of years' time, this same person, I suspect, will be drinking out of a different cooler and actually basically talking other different shit. You see these people, they come and go, and it's just one piece of shit and nonsense after another piece of shit and nonsense, and it goes on. And they use selective studies with shitloads of crap to make an argument. They got no idea what they're talking about in most cases. It's all basically associational data, and it's also a lot of other related crappy data. So nothing different there. Dylan. Yes, we are back. How's it going, Harry? Yes, it's good to see you, mate, always. Supplements, all the nefarious flesh consumers. Yes. Yes, these flesh consumers here, very much, these awful carnies, carnists. Awful people. Good to see you, Dave. Good to see you, mate. How is the taste of goat milk compared to cowed milk? It's an acquired taste. It tastes like chicken. I had to throw that in, I couldn't help myself. It's chicken. It's liquid chicken. Yes. God, how forget what I tell. It's got a deeper flavour. The creaminess tends to be more. You feel the creaminess for some reason, even though they say there's more cream. I don't know. Maybe it's the actual cream itself, the composition, because it does have more medium chain triglycerides compared to cow's milk. So maybe the composition of it does have more sort of saturates as well. So maybe the extra saturates and the medium chains change the flavour and give it that deeper creaminess compared to where I'm not saying cow's milk is bland, but it's actually more plain in some regards. This has got a bit more flavour to it. Like a more like you got your regular cheese and you've got your spicy, a bit more, have got more deeper flavour, stronger creamy flavour. That stronger intense sort of creamy flavour. So yeah, it's really hard to describe it. You got to try it. Be adventurous. Give it a go. G'day, Trouble. Good to see you. She's doing really well. She's really recovering well. She's pretty much back to a normal self, which is good. So even though she did have vitamin D injection yesterday, and I am, let's say, I'm badgering her, to be more precise, and being annoying and demanding that she has another one. And she said, I feel great. And I said, no, I want you to have another one. So she said she'll have another one in a couple of days because I've been badgering her too long. And I said, I'm not taking risks. Just have a bloody other one. She goes, okay, I will. So that's basically it. That's where we were at the moment. Yes. If she can respond back with a bit of a bitchy tone, it means she's okay, which is good. Yes, the old boy. It's the first sign of a woman being back to normal, isn't it? Gonna get into trouble. It varies. It really varies. It is lower than other sugars, but it does vary throughout the year. So when it's calving, it's much higher. When it's not, it's much lower. So when it's not calving, it's close to what meat is, like the protein part of meat, which is much higher in deuterium than the fat. It's just slightly above it, but slightly. It's at the lower end of all the sugars, so to speak. When it's calving, it tends to increase the deuterium, primarily in cow's milk, not so much in the other milks like goat, sheep, and that only increases by a small amount. Where in cow's milk, it actually increases slightly more, which gets to the sort of levels that you find in some glucose and sort of in starchy type stuff, close to it. But because it's so little, it's irrelevant. You're not consuming massive amounts like hundreds and hundreds. Even if you had a 16 ounce, like the raw milk that I have, which is 16 ounce glass, we're talking about 3.8 times 5, we're talking about 19 grams of carbohydrates, which is, it's ketogenic. It's fuck all, So it's pretty much irrelevant. It's very little and it's not that high, but is seasonally variable due to, because deuterium is a growth factor. So when it's calving, it does increase the amount of deuterium in the milk. So I think I discussed it years ago. About 2 years ago on one of Bart's thing that I discussed that I actually brought it up about the milk, which I did a thing. If you go back to one of my early chats, I did bring that up, that I did actually moderate my drink around those periods. I don't bother anymore. I think that is a ridiculous thing to do. Looking at the Maasai, why bother? I mean, if I get out in the sun quite a bit and I'm actually depleting at a very good rate, and generally I've got a lot of long chain fats in terms of saturates and other fats in my diet, why bother? Is the thing. It's not as if I'm downing big tubers and stuff like that in hundreds or 200 or 300 grams of carbohydrates to really worry that much. So yeah, when you're on a low a low deuterium diet, generally speaking. A little bit here or there isn't going to make much of a difference in the scheme of things. So, no. Oh, the media just bombarding people with vegan stuff, always trying to convince my mum to eat more animal products. At least you have educated me on DNA and SNPs. I'm glad I did. You're welcome. It's a struggle with a lot of people out there. It is definitely a struggle. And what do you do? It's just one of those things. With a lot of people, it's really hard to convince them to make different changes in their lifestyle and stuff like that. All you can do is just try and hope that they're receptive to new ideas when they get a bit into trouble. Try and actually promote a few easy things. Don't go hard. I've always said, you don't have to basically get to the end of the game. You just have to basically get people in the game. Sometimes it's just saying, well, cut out the sugar or cut out the seed oils. The first thing I usually start with is cut out the seed oils. Usually say, cut out the seed oils, take up tropical oils or olive oil as a first start. And once you've got them off that, try and convince them to add a bit more animal fats in there and slowly but surely shift them. They're going to start feeling better when they start removing some of this junk. So the two main things that I get out of their diet is the refined sugars, and the oils. The oils come first, then the refined sugars, and then they will feel better. They will feel healthier. A lot of their biomarkers will go back to more normal levels. Their blood pressure will improve. Their glucose will improve. Their blood sugar, that is. Their general sort of anxiety levels will improve. They will just feel generally better, more energized, and all that. And as a consequence, I'll say, there's something into this, and they'll be more receptive for other ideas. So deal with the low-hanging fruit, so to speak, and the big ones are the seed oils and the refined sugars. Take them out, and you've taken out large parts of the poison in the diet, even in a mixed macro diet. It's not perfect. Still, you get some activation of Randall cycle. It's not perfect, but it's going to be a much lower gradient, and the insulin to glucagon ratio is going to be much lower rather than somewhere up to 70 odd, that stratospheric level of really severe levels of insulin and insulin resistance. So we don't want that. We want to sort of taper them back to something where they're starting to feel better and they're more receptive. It's like that. Anyway, I'm glad things are going well on that front. I've been addicted to chicken recently. Feed chicken cream. Frizzy is so nice. That's okay. If you're enjoying chicken, enjoy it. Wacky toaster. Have a wacky time with chicken. Don't get too frisky with the chicken legs. Please don't. Morning, mate. Oh, actually, morning for some people. Evening for me. Correct. Zombie got it right. Smug. It's evening here in Hobart. Can't you see? About to transition to Roy with the glasses and everything. Blue blocking glasses for the evening. Keep out that blue light frequency. G'day, Dom. Good to see you, mate. One of my favourite friends from Ireland. And Jen. G'day. How's it going? Yeah, finally caught a live Aussie live in New Zealand plus. Okay, so you're in New Zealand. Good. Yes, it's always, the getting the timing. I've catered for these sort of time slots. It's sort of, for me, it'd be much easier. Let me just be honest with you, going from the one, then going to the other, and then in the evening doing nothing. It would be just sort of, because then you've done 3 hours, done, finished, and all that. But it's probably not as healthy. Let's put it that way. Let me be completely honest. Sitting on my ass for 6 hours is probably not a good thing. So cutting it up is much better. I go for a walk. Did go over with my friend Ling to Dad's place and enjoyed some really, really nice pork that Dad cooked up. So that was really nice. Sat there, had a bit of a chat, and I actually enjoyed some really nice ice cream. Actually, Ling got it really right because my last attempt at my ice cream was, let's say, less than satisfactory. And she made a nice carnivore ice cream, kept it quite simple, and combined the actual. She combined she used xylitol. I mean, she's got erythritol, but she's sort of transitioning to that. She wants to finish the other stuff, tight ass. I actually said to her, "What did you use the other stuff?" And she said, "I haven't finished it yet." Fine. So she's also got. She worked out the ratio so well. I have to ask her exactly to tell me exactly what she did, and next time I'll do something and show exactly, because really it was a really nice carnivore, type ice cream, because some of the others, it's, I'm sort of all low carb ones. I haven't been really that crash hot about them in some regards, but this time she really got it spot on. I was really impressed. So I was going, this is nice. I said, I'm having seconds, as you do. So yes, let's say I did truly pig out on pork and ice cream, but can't eat low sugar type ice cream, or zero, whatever you want to call it. It's probably some sort of response, very small in that regard. So that was really nice. Yes, really enjoyed it. Anyway, I heard many people that went on a strict beef diet and after 23 days reported sudden feelings of joy, energy. Do you think, is the Candida finally dying? Who knows, mate? Who knows? Who knows? These things are very strange and very hard to know. If you've got a functioning gallbladder, that will basically, clean out the actual small intestine of any potential bacterial, candida, or whatever growth. And if you've got good acidity, stomach acidity, and you're taking in meat with salt, which increases the acidity, it should really clean out and knock out those things out of existence, and reduce them. Also, it's got more B vitamins, so over time you'll get more, if you're also adding vitamin D, whether from the sun or supplements, and you're adding a lot of meat, which is high in B vitamins, over time it will improve your beneficial gut microbiome that will suppress Candida and a lot of the pathogens over time. So yes, I can believe that. If somebody's got severe sort of cases of Candida or overgrowth, all that, you may need a more intensive protocol to eliminate that. But if you did it for long enough, the carnivore diet, you'd probably get there, but you'd suffer in between. So why suffer when you can eliminate and then just get on with your life, which is my approach. So yeah. So maybe, don't know. I don't know what the condition of these people was. So how can I comment? I never tested them. So yes, who knows? They just may be high on meat. Maybe. Dave, good to hear your partner's doing well. Yeah, she is. I'm glad. So yes. So basically, she's an N of 1. I can't say, oh, yes. I went on the studies that actually had those people with comorbidities in Spain, severe. These people were about to basically go into ICU. They were very sick people, and they gave them very high doses of vitamin D. So she wasn't as sick. She was in the early stages. These were people that were about to go into ICU. They gave them very high vitamin D doses, like 50,000 IUs of vitamin D for the first couple of days, and then 20,000 after that. So, and these were very high mega doses. Now, she was in the early stage, so we went for 10,000 IUs of active vitamin D. So she took 10,000, then she took another 10,000. Now she's taken another 10,000, and she's been pressured by me to take another 10,000. So yeah, she's sort of being a typical Indonesian. Oh, I'm feeling better. Why waste the money? I want you to take another dose, my dear. Do it for me. Okay, she said to me. So yes, so she's doing better. That's the main thing. Yes, but I had to lean on her a bit to get her motivated. Let's put it that way. When you love people, you sometimes have to, be firm, because it's for the good. They're good in the end of the day. As long as you don't abuse that, you do it when necessary. Yeah, exactly. Is the feminist lobby recording this? Oops. Even using that word can be dangerous. Good. Yes, I like to get myself in danger. Oh, Tanya's in. G'day, Tanya. My good friend from Tassie. Oops. I just lost my bloody space, my spot. Okay, let me find where the hell I am. Okay, so I can get rid of that. Good to see you here, Tanya. Is Jake around or is he hiding? Okay. G'day, Anne. Bjorn. Good to see you, mate. Oops. And Alex is here. Mate, always a pleasure to see you here. Oops. Can glyphosate replace glycine in our tissue? Well, glyphosate is a very... Well, you know that I've mentioned that, Dylan, before, that glyphosate is basically a patented antibiotic. And, it won't incorporate in the same way that glycine does, so you don't have to really worry about that. But it is, it's not a health promoting thing in the body. It is a bit of nobody's actually demonstrated any mechanism. I've heard people say that can replace in the tissue, but I'm saying, well, show me the study that actually demonstrates the mechanism. Nobody has, and we haven't seen it anywhere. So I think that's just more nonsense by the crackpots out there that just want to stir up something. This is the problem. When you've got crackpots out there that actually go out and say, oh, the glyphosate does this and glyphosate does that, completely ignoring what glyphosate really does. Let's look at glyphosate compared to other, type of herbicides and fungicides and all these other things that are used in agriculture in comparison to DDT and all that. When we look at the other sort of stuff, it's not as bad. It's not as dangerous in those terms, in toxicology related levels compared to some of the other chemicals that we used in the past. The problem is it's a problem for the gut microbiome. Because it acts as an antibiotic, just think of it, if you're eating antibiotics every single day, you're taking antibiotics, you're not going to leave much of a gut microbiome in good health. You're going to really decimate your gut microbiome and you're going to create gut issues. Glyphosate is basically a patented. Monsanto has a patent in the patent office of a number of countries. That means that they could always use in the future glyphosate as an antibiotic. That's how it's, so the problem is when you incorporate it in the plant and express it in the plant, and it basically becomes part of the food chain, it becomes a problem for the guts of many people. And a lot of the gut issues that people are, we've seen a lot of things like endemic gut disease. And gut diseases can cause other diseases as well. They are well related. 90% of what happens in the gut goes through, affects the brain. A large portion of these sort of things. The vagus nerve, 90% of the signaling is coming from the gut, and only 10% going from the brain to the gut. So there is actually neurons in the actual gut that are directly interacting with all sorts of systems in our body and signaling. And when you've got something like this that is affecting the gut microbiome environment and actually causing all sorts of strange signaling, there is an issue. The problem is we haven't enough research to basically say it's causing this specifically or that specifically or whatever. We haven't demonstrated mechanism because nobody's put the money up to do the research. But we definitely know that if you were to take constantly every day antibiotics, you would cause yourself major gut disruptions. Do that for multiple decades because you're eating kibble and eating these refined foods that are out in the market that are sprayed with glyphosate, or being exposed because a lot of the city councils, like a lot of the councils around the world, actually use glyphosate to manage weeds and other things, which means it's called Roundup in a number of countries, in Australia in particular. And when you're using that and you're exposing young kids, you're damaging their gut microbiome and potentially putting themselves up for a lot of health risks. We know high levels of gut permeability and a lot of gut problems are related to basically, are very closely associated with autism and a number of other brain disorders that a number of young kids suffer, and a lot of other issues. And this is another reason by going more carnivorous, we avoid a lot of the foods that are heavy in these things. So that's another factor why we feel better. So there's a lot of reasons in that regard. But yes, it's I haven't seen any research to demonstrate something like that at all. I know some crackpots have been pushing that around, but as I said, the crackpots, don't believe them, please. Don't waste your energy on people like that because they undermine our push to basically clean up the food supply. And if people put out that sort of nonsense, then we sometimes indirectly get associated with people that we don't want to be associated with, like flat earthers and many other wonderful crackpots out there. 2025 US guidelines have protein foods instead of meat. We know where it's going, fake meats and stuff like that. That's where it's going. Unfortunately, all that sort of stuff is poorly bioavailable and has a lot in it. And it's coming from soy and all that, very high in glyphosate, very high in all sorts of things. So, yes, not a good thing to be messing with it, making our food supply even worse than what it is. Yes, unfortunately, that is the reality. Oh, thanks, Tanya. Hello from Tanya and Jake. Good to see you. Yeah, regards to Nikki as well. I hope she's in bed. It's late. Oh, no, it's not that late. She can be out. Just tell her that as a laugh, see how she reacts. My mum can't stop using oils and margarine. Oh, well, what can I? Yeah. That's the low-hanging fruit. If she can get rid of that stuff. Look, there are things like out there you can get a spread, which is a margarine spread, which comes from South America, and it's a palm oil, a red palm oil combination with coconut oil. And it really has the same texture nearly as, margarine, this sort of bullshit margarine, and some type of, and less, and even the texture of butter. It's really nice, actually. So you'd have to look for it, but it's really an alternative that, if she likes margarine, you go, okay, here's an alternative. Don't use the other stuff, use this. And try and get her on, you can actually buy ethically produced palm oil from basically South America. And, she may not be into coconut oil. It's an acquired taste of the air. It's much harder for a lot of people in the older generation I basically don't direct them to coconut oil. I direct them to palm oil. And the reason for that is much easier. Palm oil doesn't have the sort of that coconutty flavor. It's a more bland type of oil, very similar to the oils that they've been dealing with in a sense. So it's much easier option for these sort of people in that regard, because you're not going to forget about even trying to get them to a carnivore diet. At most, you basically, if you can eliminate the oils with tropical ones that are not as problematic is the key thing. Now, obviously, in the tropical oils, you will not get the fat-soluble vitamins and a lot of other things that are essential, but, let's get some things going and some things straight. You can't actually do miracles immediately with some of these people, so it's just the way it is. Yes, definitely is. All these fake meats and crap. Yes, full of, and the worst thing about it, they're full of seed oils. That's the worst. They are full of seed oils and refined crap, which is really damaging. So, yeah. Yes, it can over time, Dylan, over time. It takes about a decade for remodeling of the tissue, but, my sort of facial things was much more inward than it used to be before, the way it was before, and slightly more had a different. So the shape has changed a bit, in the last couple of years. But obviously, it takes about a decade plus to see those things. And the older you are, you don't see as much. It's more in the younger people. You'll see it more pronouncement, because, for us, we turn over tissue much slower. We've got more senescent cells as we get older. And so, yeah, it's the way it goes. Unfortunately, it's just a reality. It takes longer. Yes. Leah Norton said those seed oils weren't bad. What? What a cockwomble. What an absolute cockwomble. High in deuterium, high in aldehydes, high in primary and secondary oxidative products. Absolute what I call not food but poison. What an absolute cockwomble. There are studies that go back 1983, 1984 that actually showed massive lipid peroxidation and primary and secondary oxidative products due to seed oils. They came out of an oil refinery. All these oils come out of an oil refinery. They are not food. They are chemically altered fats with a lot of oxidative products and a lot of aldehydes. Aldehydes rip your lipid membranes apart. The bilayers of all your cells, they can be ripped apart and cause massive oxidation and massive senescence and aging of the cells. So it's the reason why we see people so sick. We look around because people are eating a lot of junk food related like that, and living out of McDonald's and whatever else, and you see them, even young people now, with walking sticks. The health issues are endemic. You go back 30 odd years or 20 odd years, you never saw people in that mess. And people are in a mess. Even younger people look really bad compared to 20 years ago. It takes a couple of generations, as Pottinger's cat, for people to really shift health-wise massively. Those people have kids and their kids have more genetic problems and all sorts. That's why we're seeing that explosion of all these bizarre genetic diseases. It's not accidental. It's because we're eating crap, At a minimum, if people just gave up all the crap and just went to eating just real foods, nothing else, just real foods. Even some of those old Russian ladies up in Siberia that may consume a bit of combined meat with some tubers like potatoes and all that. Yes, they'll engage the Randall cycle, but most of the fat that they will build up is subcutaneous, the outer fat, which isn't dangerous like the visceral fat. And they will still be strong, big, strong women, because they're still eating quite a bit of meat, so they'll have a lot of muscle because muscle through leucine drives that, and they will be big fucking mamas, They may not be the attractive type, but, they still have strong bones and strong everything. So, while we talk about the Randall cycle, about fattening up and all that, and some level in that regard, and a lot of these people do eat seasonally, so, they tend to not be that bad in regards and be quite physically active as well. But the reality is that when you eat things that come out of a factory that these people never ate, you're going to get really sick very fast in a couple of generations, and that's what's happening. And people like Lane Norton, who lives in his little privileged little world in a Western country like the US, and sees nothing beyond the propaganda that he's being taught, is basically just blinkered, has no idea what he's talking about, and just talks shit. Doesn't understand the Randall cycle. That's why basically he looks at all these studies that show. I mean, I've talked about them. I've talked about, way back when I did that chat with Pim on Walter Kempner, who came out of Germany as a Jewish immigrant and actually did the early research on very low fat diets. 2% fat, 4% protein, 94% carbohydrate. People weren't engaging the Randall cycle. They lost weight, but he had them off all electrolytes because high insulin will mean you retain a lot of fluids and all that. You'll end up with high blood pressure otherwise. So you have to take out all the salt and all the electrolytes because you're retaining everything. You're not dropping anything at such high insulin. But you will lose weight because basically you're not engaging the Randall cycle, and you will actually upregulate pathways that basically will burn more fat. I just haven't done that video to show exactly that. When you go low carb or low fat, you are actually activating a lot of similar pathways in terms of biology, because you're not engaging the Randall cycle. Mixed diets are the problem when you have them on steroids, because traditionally we only ate seasonally. Tubers and sugar and all that was only seasonally available. And even when we did consume slightly out of season, we did a lot of physical work, so we depleted a lot of their glycogen. Nowadays, we don't do enough physical work. There's a lot of factors, or not out in the sun depleting the deuterium, that's decreasing damaging our mitochondria at a faster rate, decreasing our energy production, which means that we can't actually deal with the excess amounts. So it's a number of different pathways and systems that are basically being undermined that are actually intensifying these problems. It's a very different world. And this guy has no idea. He's an absolute first-class cockwomble. Anyway, yesterday I tried to convince a person familiar with Jie Feng that counting calories is ineffective, very much so, but very hard to convince some people who have been brainwashed for so many years. Ah, yes, first-class cockwomble. Somebody should get him a clown suit and send it to him for Christmas. G'day, Richard. Good to see you, mate. HD, 2 hours into the previous live stream. If this is okay at 20, what about a highly senescent 4 times 20-year-old? I did answer that. Same smug. I did say I don't like people because people are actually very young and they are still, their requirements, for tissue, they're still, in that sort of stage, especially in the early 20s. You're still, your brain isn't complete until mid-20s, and there's still a number of things that require a bit more mTOR, and I don't like suppressing mTOR. I know people are eating shit from a very young age, and that's why I usually say, rather than doing 3-month stints, 3 months on, 3 months off, for them, I would rather them doing 1 month on, 1 month off, 1 month on, 1 month off, 1 month on, 1 month off for a whole year, then not do it at all the next year, and then wait for the following year. So they, because they're probably going to have less senescence, and they probably don't need to do as much in that regard, compared to somebody who's done it for a very long time. So there is a reason for that, and we don't want to suppress for too long periods of time mTOR. not very good for tissue building. Anyway, but when it comes to people who are, much older, they're already struggling to basically, you basically need to get rid of the senescent cells as fast as possible to restore. You're less concerned about tissue. Yes, we can build tissue a bit later on. Let's just get rid of the crap first of all, so we can increase lower CD38, which degrades, is a protective mechanism for senescence, so they don't go cancerous. But at the same time, we don't want to play with that. We want to basically naturally bring it down by getting rid of senescence with fisetin, and then going in and increasing the energy. And naturally, the body will increase energy because CD38 is coming down, because it's expressed less in the body. So naturally, your energy will go up and will build more better tissue, as long as you feed it species-appropriate foods, more good proteins from animal foods, obviously. Yes. Hi, Tanya. Hope you're still around. Mori goes to Saklamana. I couldn't help but saying that. Tanya's a very good friend, local friend. So some carnivores report an increase in height even at 40 years of age. Some believe it's because of the dairy. What do you think? It's usually actually improvements in the spine. That's where it is. You're getting better mineralization of the spine, and you're actually your discs are basically being sorted out, actually being rebuilt, remodeled. It takes a few years, but if you've done it for a couple of years, you will. Remember, it's what is your bone made of? Protein matrix. It's collagen. I mean, that's why a little young kid, its legs are very flexible. You can just bend it. It's collagen. The N15, N14 data, where do you think we get that from? Bone collagen. It's protein matrix. And basically, what stiffens it? What makes it firm? What makes it the way it is as an adult bone? Mineralization of protein matrix. So basically, you need nutrients, in particular, that are in animal foods, highly, plus vitamin D, to bring in those nutrients to build protein matrix. You need fat-soluble vitamins like vitamin A, vitamin D, and MK4 for osteocalcin, which is important for bone building and bone mineralization. So people that have been on a non-species appropriate diet for a very long time and have poor bones and poor muscles and all that, and actually increase 3 things. Remember what I said a while back in some of my other live streams? There are 3 things which in a clinical study, they had people in a clinic, locked in, and they were intravenously giving them different things, including calcium and many other things. Wasn't calcium. 3 things you needed to remove, one of those or all 3, in order to decrease bone mass and muscle mass. And I've told you what they are: salt, protein, and phosphorus. And what do you find phosphorus in? Animal foods. It's the thing that they've demonized. Remember, they always said, too much phosphorus will deplete you of calcium in your bones. Actually, no. Actually, the thing that why you lose calcium in the bones is because of lack of sodium. When you have too low sodium, our low sodium diets, that's what actually causes greater bone loss of minerals. It's the lack of sodium. Sodium is very important to maintain bone density. And this is what this study, it's an old study, but it was in a clinic. That means dose dependent. They could take things out and put things in and see what happens. Can't get better than that. That's not a questionnaire. That's not bogus epidemiology studies or crap like that. This is real clinical stuff. You're locked in. They're giving you specifically intravenously, dose dependent. It's quite clear. You can repeat that experiment. You'll get the same result, which basically means that is like like you would do time dilation with putting an atomic clock on the planet Earth and one in a plane, fly it around and see that one that flew around was slower, demonstrating quite clearly time dilation. The faster you go, the slower time becomes. Same type of experiment. you take certain nutrients in or out, this happens. I would say salted meat is really important for good bone health. Wouldn't you say that? And muscle health. Exactly. I haven't done the one about leucine, the importance of leucine, independent from insulin, which is very important about bone mass and muscle mass. So, yes, those idiots in the bodybuilding community that are pumping themselves with insulin are not getting any better. All they're doing is making themselves muscular fat, as you can see them all, and they're dying very young in their 30s and 40s. Bunch of cockwombles because they haven't read the literature and understood it. They've just thought it's an anabolic hormone. Let's just pump ourselves with all anabolic hormones. Wrong. You don't require insulin. You don't require glucose for muscle protein synthesis. You require a certain level of leucine. That's it. Anyway, let's move on. Xylitol doesn't mix into things very well. That's all. Look, that's what she used. That's what Ling used. That's what she used. That's how it goes. So she does have, she won't open the other pack. I said, why didn't you open up the other pack? And she goes, no. I said, I've still got xylitol. That's what I'm going to use. And I'm going, okay. She did use also protein powder. She used a plain protein powder that she had, a collagen powder. It wasn't basically, your regular it's a collagen powder. She threw that in as well. It gave it a bit of bulk and all that. And so, yeah, it ended up quite good. Didn't put a lot. She only put a little cup sort of thing, one of those little, 20 odd grams or whatever. It wasn't major, but it seemed to firm it up a bit and all that. So she got a better result than I did with the eggs. So that's how it goes. So I'm still experimenting and not doing a great job of it. My results have been piss poor up to this date. So, I think she's the expert on the dummy when it comes to making carny ice cream. Very much the dummy. Most rich people don't actually the old rich people don't really flaunt it. It's the nouveau ones, especially the rock stars and all that, because they really, yes, it's overcompensation. I usually put it down to overcompensation, my dear friends. Anyway, high trouble was multitasking. Rude. We'll move on. Richard and having his conversations again. Oh, you got a few friends there. Thanks, DJ Protectus. Portion of steak, 250 of steak for women, 450 for men. You're a guts. I did just throw that in. Actually, I did pig out on some hamburgers. God, I had to go and buy some more today. I went up to the butcher's, bought some sausages, some Italian sausages. So with fennel in them, they're really nice. So they only had 4 left. Perfect. So I don't know what I'm going to cook, whether I should cook them tomorrow or not. I still haven't made up my mind what I'm going to do. I'm probably going to go for the burgers. Anyway. On the milk question, there is growth hormone in milk, but at 40, are they regrowing teeth? No, and no. Hormones in milk do not use. You can actually put 100-fold the hormones that are currently in a beast. You can put in the milk and artificially put it in there, and it will absolutely do nothing. because we don't have the receptors for it. We have no receptors for actually human, for bovine hormone. So it has no effect on us whatsoever. Without a receptor, can't be used. So it's a complete and utter bit of garbage. I actually did discuss in my first video that I did back in mid 2019 with Bart K. I did discuss about a lot of the, things about estrogen, like you can have quite a bit of, big glass of massive, couple of glasses of milk and get 6 nanograms of estrogen. And it wasn't even the, estradiol, it was actually estrone, which is the less, the one that postmenopausal women have, which is less pronounced, the estrone. It's about 4 times less, and it's only, men are producing per every day 54,000 nanograms. It's a drop in the bucket in the ocean. Irrelevant. Estrogen as well. Especially when women actually are producing something like 630,000 nanograms per day. It's completely a red herring. I've heard them all. So much estrogen in milk. 6 fucking nanograms for a couple of glasses of milk. What the fuck are you talking about? You fucking cockwombles. Absolutely garbage. They have got no idea. There is, now they talk about IGF-1. Even though IGF-1 is very low, even that we can't actually take in the normal way. But even though we can't, there is a peptide that will actually transport stealthily across the gut barrier a bit of IGF-1, very little. It doesn't really transport it very well. It's even poorer than selenide in the way it transports mercury. It doesn't have strong chelating or affinity to actually take it, but it takes a very small amount. But the amount is so infinitesimal, it is basically like, 0.0000 something of what normally works in a human. So even that is irrelevant. So basically, it's all garbage. What you get, the differences between raw milk and regular milk is you get less of the micronutrients because they get lost through pasteurization. What you get more is basically the macros, where in the raw milk that I consume primarily, you get more of the nutrients in that regard. Cost-wise, people who can do a cost-benefit analysis, that's their business, what they do. So I don't tell people how to live their lives. I just basically give them the information, and then they can do whatever they like with it. But no, most of this is just garbage. Don't worry about it. Hormones are irrelevant. Yeah, estrogen is irrelevant. Could low stomach acid lead to protein deficiency? A lot of people use PPI inhibitors daily. Acid is crucial for digestion, right? Yeah, it could. It does. It can have a bit of an effect. In incomplete breakdown of protein, you will still get some incomplete protein, even if you've got low stomach acid coming in, and the other sort of mechanisms, or as long as you're actually producing enough, you don't have an issue with sort of a number of the proteolytic enzymes produced out of your pancreas. If you've got insufficiency, you may have issues in absorption. You will know because you'll basically get a lot of clumpiness coming out of your gut and stuff like that. Remember that even chimps have a pH around about that, depending on what they're eating and all that, can vary around about the 3, which is ours is 1.5, much lower in orders of magnitude, 3 around, which is chimps, and they eat shitloads of meat, up to a pound, mostly protein in that regard. So it's not in. The big thing about it is that we ate rotten meats, and so it's and stuff like that, and a lot of things that have got bacteria on them, not fresh. And like hyenas and like these sort of animals that eat things that they scavenge, That's what a lot of our ancestors did. We needed lower pH, but you can still, even at a 3 or whatever, you can still basically, break down protein. The biggest problem is the pathogens. That's the issue. The big issue, the gut microbiome side of things, pathogenic bacteria, and a lot of, SIBO, Candida, all these sort of issues that can actually make worsen digestion and other issues. But you'll know if you're actually having poor protein digestion, because you'll find a lot of clumpiness in the stuff that comes out the other end, and you'll know, oh, this looks like, like you can eat certain type of, we've seen vegans who have eaten certain type of things and whole things have come out. We know, like nuts and stuff like that, if you just swallow it, or certain beans or certain things, if you swallow it, you can see them completely haven't digested certain things. You go, oops, that didn't digest. Well, so you can actually get you can gauge where your stomach acid is. You can also do a test or whatever. But you could also basically, if you're concerned that there is an issue there, you've got a bit of pain in the stomach and all that, which may mean that you've got some pathogens in there wreaking havoc. You can get yourself tested to confirm some of that stuff. There are a number of tests that you can do, and then you can basically then take preventative measures with some, HCl, together with a number of other things that I've talked about in the past, which will basically more salt, because it increases the acid. The chloride part of the salt is important for to produce acid in the stomach, because it's, GERD or reflux is actually low acid. That's where it comes from, because the acid is too low, the actual sphincter at the top won't seal. It seals at a certain acidity level. The lower the acidity, which means it's more acidic, that's when that mechanism closes. It's designed to do that, to prevent very acidic stuff coming back into the esophagus. But most people don't get to that stage. And so the body sort of thinks, oh, I don't, it sort of thinks that, it's not getting the signaling properly. I don't have enough of this food that has come through entirely for me to go more acidic, and then seal that off. And that's why you get that sort of reflux and stuff like that. When you take a bit of HCl and increase the acidity, the reflex goes away. So actually taking tablets to suppress that even makes it worse in the long run. It doesn't fix the problem, it just masks it for a while. So yes, which is the biggest problem. But I would not. Proton PPIs are a big problem, because when you suppress the proton pumps, what actually happens is the body upregulates the production, so it can actually put out more protons. People think you're going to stop hydrogen from protons that actually are going to be generated to basically in these pumps. You can forget about it. It's not going to do it. The body's smarter. It will fight against it. It will say something's actually inhibiting this. Maybe a bacteria or a viral thing is inhibiting, because H. pylori and other things inhibit this system. So what the system does to kill off this pathogen, it increases. So they keep on upping the PPI, and eventually gets to the stage where they can't anymore. And you're producing so much acid at that stage that you could actually end up with esophageal cancer and damage to your esophagus. That's the end game with this stupid sort of stuff. So to reverse a lot of that, what you have to do is you have to basically come off PPIs slowly, unfortunately. And it's a drawn out process to come off it slowly. At some stage, I'm going to make a video explaining the procedure in detail. The problem is trying to convince a doctor to go with you on the course. There are some naturopathic doctors that will do it, but there's not many around, unfortunately, in many places. So you have to sort of find the right person. Yes. Some carnivores say that that they have some improvements in that area. Yeah, a lot of people say a lot of things anecdotally, but very hard to evidence sometimes. So it depends. Other herbicides usually burn plants on contact. Yes, weeds can recover. Glyphosates are absurd by the plant and kill the plant down into the roots. It's called systemic herbicide. Yes, very, very nasty for some plants. Very, very nasty. It's just the way it is. But it works very differently in our body in that regard. But, it's problematic, these things. At the end of the day, it's designed to basically make a kibble diet more competitive and more affordable. Something that a lot of us don't have to concern ourselves anymore. Obviously, we have family members that are concerned about, but the problem is, even if you tell them go organic, they're not going to do it because it's too expensive, because it's not being subsidised. The wrong stuff is being subsidised. So hard to win that battle at this stage, unfortunately. Sometimes people need to get a bit sicker to jettison the whole lot. Yeah, it's a big problem because most people have been on a kibble diet for far too long. And they also have gallbladder issues as well, because use it or lose it, as I've been saying. If you're not secreting, because you're not putting enough fat in to secrete enough of that, it basically solidifies and all that. Obviously, you can emulsify it to some extent, and over time you can reduce it with taurine, because taurine is involved with the synthesis, MK4 as well, plus, very important to emulsification of and actually better flow. The biggest issue is, even if, let's say you've got stones and you emulsify them and actually break them down and they can actually move. The biggest problem that I find with a lot of people that takes a long time to clear out and can take a number of years is sludge. If you've got a lot of sludge that's built up and it's actually gone right through all the ducts, the bile ducts, and sort of spread and sort of streaked right through and actually has hardened to some extent, it's really hard to deal with. It's really bloody hard to deal with, I can tell you. So it takes time for this to increase the sort of flow and actually get more of this to break down and clear out. So, as I said, we did not start from an ancestral base from the beginning, like that 80-year-old Maasai that could outrun Mary, who's in her mid-40s, and she couldn't keep up. Actually, or early 40s, maybe. Sorry, Mary. So, and yes, double her age, she couldn't keep up. But that guy was on an ancestral diet. That was why he was strong and robust. We're quite damaged, and it's going to take us a while to reverse a lot of that damage, and may not even have enough years to do it for some of us if we're quite old. Yes, I did. You're asking someone else, but yes, MK4 seems to have resolved a lot of that for me in my teeth. I think my low stomach acid is maybe a root of my fibromyalgia, Hashimoto's, autoimmunity. I had horrible GERD for years before, fibro muscle and joint pains. Yeah, though usually deficiencies in micronutrients and stuff like that, poor absorption. Stomach acid plays a big role together with, and usually I find that low stomach acid is very closely associated with basically gallbladder issues as well. It's sort of like they go hand in hand to a large extent. And so people, when they feel some discomfort, when they eat very fatty stuff, it's usually a bit of a giveaway for me when that happens, that it's a gallbladder related issue as well. So, yeah. Now, that Lukegear, he had Hashimoto's. He's gone carnivorous, and he's been out there sunbaking and getting his vitamin D levels to very high levels of the normal range. And he's feeling great. His autoimmunity, Hashimoto's, is pretty much gone. He hasn't done the test yet, but he feels completely different. So, and a lot of these issues have gone away. Vitamin D is very important, guys. For when it comes to autoimmunity, I actually stick vitamin D right in the center of autoimmunity, right fucking in the center. I'm not kidding you. Right in the center. And if you take a look at autoimmunity, fibromyalgia, Hashimoto's, and all these sort of ailments, especially now that we're away from a species-appropriate diet and not getting enough fat-soluble vitamins, and we listen to crackpots who tell us to fear fat-soluble vitamins on top of that, but that's another issue for another day. I'm not talking about excessively. You don't need to take fat-soluble vitamins in excessive amounts. You just need to take them in sensible amounts from animal foods and not from supplements. And you'll be fine, because that's what we've been doing for thousands of years. But what we need to be doing is also, which is very important, is getting the levels of vitamin D up. I'm not kidding you. Don't go to excessive levels. You'll just create a retinol deficiency. So, basically go out in the sun, or take, at this stage, with cod liver oil, so you're getting at least around the 3,000 to 5,000 IUs, and then, which I think you're already doing about that, and basically get the vitamin D up to similar levels of 5,000 to 10,000 IUs. So through the autumn, because you're in Norway, through the autumn and spring months, 5,000 in winter, 10,000 in summer. Get out in the fucking sun is my solution. Lukey did a bit with basically, sorry, my milk's becoming cold. I can't have that. Very nice. So Lukey basically was doing a lot of sunbaking. Brazil, easy for him. Lucky boy. And he got his levels up to the top of the normal range, and he's feeling absolutely fantastic. And he's jettisoned a lot of the kibble, and he's pretty much, Hashimoto's is gone away. He feels like $1 million. So, yes. But, he's younger, and he's probably got less stomach acid issues in that regard. So, HCl, for a period of time, but also taurine, very important for the emulsification, get the actual, but you may also need, sometimes when stomach acid goes down and you basically, your pancreas is underperforming, you may need to get like a sort of a complex. There is, what's his name? Bloody, I forget his name. But anyway, I'll put a link down in the description of a supplement that basically has, the sort of stuff you need to support. It's got the enzymes. It's got the does it have HCl? I'm not sure. I can't remember. I think it may have as well, together with bile acid as well. So it's a combination, and it's it's not like an overdose type thing. So just to get the whole thing working, because and then over time with the foods you're eating, salted foods and all that, will sort of all come together over time and get there. And it's a matter of time sometimes as well for adaptations. Like the gut microbiome and all sorts of things. It's adaptations and time and patience. It's just the way it is. Yes. One thing is, when it comes to tartar and all that, it's pretty much I used to get a lot of tartar. I mean, a lot of build-up, or like a really solid build-up and stuff like that. Since I did a lot of MK4, not only has it pulled out a lot of the calcification in my body, but it also has pulled it out of because tartar actually, there is a bit of related to that sort of calcification, and it's dealt with a lot of that as well, which is great. So MK4, a lot of people that have actually listened to me and have used that have seen great results. Yeah, look, Dylan, she's at the moment, she's organising to go to, she already had a whole lot of bookings for a lot of people to do chats with. But at the same time, she's got, she's basically said to me that she's heading down to South America. So she's organising all that at the moment. She hasn't, she's in, to move from Southern Africa to there. And then after that, she has to go up to California with her partner to meet her parents. So, because her partner is Greek and she lives in Athens, that's her base. And basically, she hasn't seen her parents now for a few years. So she wants to go over there and she wants to basically introduce her partner to her parents. And that's part of it. So, she's got her own stuff. As I said to her, when you get a chance, we'll get together, even if it's later on. I do have specific, because I looked at a lot of the research that Cordain did and a couple of others on the sand people. There's a number of questions that I've still got that weren't clear. And even though we weren't able to show the stuff on the screen due to copyright, we didn't want Cordain going after us on copyright because it was his research, his stuff, and he was, some people can be a bit particular and take action against us. So Bart was a bit, said, let's just talk about what we reading out of the study. So we just put it on our screen, and all that, and Bart just took it out and he decided, I'm not going to do that because it's, just too much of a risk. But I've got questions in regards to the info that came out of that book of Cordain's. So there's some stuff that is contradictory. I don't have a problem with the high protein, the 3.92, which we calculated as a gram per kilo body weight. So they were, and that was the average. Sometimes I'm reading even more, 4 grams or more, which is a bit like, it's not as high as the rats that were eating 70% protein in their diet. Those big rats that study about, does protein hurt your kidneys? Obviously it doesn't, just makes bigger kidneys, and so you can actually filtrate better, and you create big motherfucker rats that can actually outcompete every other rat. Uber rat. That's what we're talking about here. Yes, I don't think it's going to create uber humans. But never know. If you feed your kids from a very young age, maybe you will. But unlikely. Rats do their metabolism and a lot of their things sort of work a bit different than us. So, but then again, who knows? I'm not going to make any claims at this stage because we've never done that experiment of such a high level of protein. I think the highest that I've actually seen is this 3.92 on average with the sand people. I do want to confirm some of the stuff because the diet showed very high cholesterol, and Cordain was claiming that they didn't consume as much fat as many people think. And I think that there's a contradiction there. You can't have this. And even me and Bart looked at it and said, this is just ridiculous. You can't have they can't be claiming these high. Then most of the actual carbohydrate in the diet was coming just from fiber, a bit of fiber, not from tubers or any other stuff. And, where the paleo people claim about this sort of stuff. So it was, and he claimed, they ate some plants, but when we looked at the composition, it was primarily, there was no glucose there. It was primarily coming from, or carbohydrate. It was coming from fiber. So it's fibrous stuff. And the other stuff was these nuts that they actually have, which are very high. They're like macadamia nuts. A lot of fiber, very little, zero carb more or less, and it's just protein and fat, a lot of fat, like macadamia nuts. And these people are recording high cholesterol, high amounts of these nuts, but they're actually recording very low fat levels. It just didn't make sense. The macros just didn't match properly. And I'm going, these people are hiding something because, the paleo community has always said, no, Ancestral was always, a mixed diet. It wasn't so high, wasn't so, low carbish or ketotic or whatever. So they try and actually suppress that. With the high amount of protein, even if you've got high levels of fat, you're still going to maintain a very good, not a catabolic, but a very good insulin to glucagon ratio, which means that you will basically maintain a low-grade ketosis, which is good, healthy, and also a low level of sugar, blood sugar, which is also healthy. So you're in a mild anabolic state, which is good, not in a severe one, because the insulin to glucagon ratio is temping down both IGF-1 and mTOR from being overexpressed. Very important point, So as long as you don't have carbs in there, it doesn't matter how much protein, that insulin to glucagon is always going to be at that around 1.3, it's going to be around that ratio. So that is why you can actually really, as long as you don't put any carbs for Randall cycle activation, you can go really high in protein and you're not going to be basically pushing up the growth factors. All you're going to be doing is, because there's more leucine in there, is pushing more muscle growth. I mean, even the bodybuilders know that. More protein means more muscle. I mean, fuck's sake, How many times do you have to say it? And that means higher metabolic rate. The more your metabolic rate is your muscle mass, your lean muscle mass. That's what it is, And what do they do with low fat diets and all that, and the restrictive diets? They actually, because there's still carbs in there, which is pushing up insulin, and you can't tap in to hormone sensitive lipase. What happens is the body actually lowers metabolic rate over time because it's protective of the body's protein mass, even though you do lose a bit. And as a consequence of losing a bit of that, you end up with a lower metabolic rate because you've got less lean body mass. And then you fatten up. And it's the same thing that happens to vegans. They become very catabolic. They lose a lot of lean body mass. And then when they do go back to eating fake meats and all that, they fatten up very fast. We've seen it because they've got less lean body mass, lower metabolic rate. We've seen the yo-yo dieters in the past, but people just ignore that. Yes. It's all anecdotes. Yes. Anyway, yes. Yes, I'm looking forward to having that discussion because I've got a lot of questions. And she has first. She's a detailed person. I love her. She's a detailed person. She looks at and picks up on all the bullshit, and she asks the right questions, which is good. It's like me being there asking the questions that need to be asked that other people don't, because they just go there to take a few snapshots and say, I visited this tribal group, like Salad Boy does, and had a bit of honey with them. Yes, and they only consume very little. They give it to the dumb tourists that turn up because they want to take photos with them and say, I can eat honey. Idiots. My partner won't stop eating fried crap. He thinks because he's fit and lean, he can, look, get an air fryer. Simple. Get a bloody air fryer. Get a stainless steel air fryer. They're actually quite cheap now, these stainless steel air fryers, Zombie. Just get an air fryer, the stainless steel. You don't want the plastic ones, xenoestrogens and stuff like that. Don't make him less of a male. There's enough garbage in the environment. I mean, they're down to about $175 now. You can find them with stainless steel air fryers. Put in his stuff in there and, yes, use an air fryer with better stuff, and, maybe you can get a bit of palm oil and just put a bit of palm oil in there or something like that. Or is he less likely to be upset if you put in a bit of animal fat? I don't know. You can try. Bit of butter. Don't tell him. Anyway, I'll leave that to you. It's your life and your relationship and your. They are oxalates. I had the same problem. I could sense it in my saliva. Still a little, but most of it is gone now. Yes, I know, Alex. We have suffered. God, the amount of foamy shit that I actually pushed through my penis is fun. I literally had to go out and literally have a big fucking couple of bars of dark chocolate to stop the oxalate dumping because it was getting a bit too bad at one stage. So yes, I know the experience. Fun days. When I was doing my low carb diets and enjoying those lovely green leafy vegetables that kids hate for good reason, and basically poisoning myself with shitloads of oxalate, all those nice crystal little pokey little things that get into the body and cause all derangements, and enjoyed having three sessions in the hospital, sorting out my kidney stones, and twice being operated. The fourth time, luckily, I had a bit more knowledge at that stage, and I was able to use a lot of citric acid and a few other strategies and stuff like that, and lemon juice and apple cider vinegar and all sorts of things to try and actually, break that stuff down in my kidneys and push it out, and it did. And because I had a bit of pain, and I told my brother Sean, he says, he gave me a cup of apple cider vinegar, and then I went and got some lemons and citric acid and other stuff, and started, just consuming this for a couple of days, and it cleared out the stones that were in my kidneys that fourth time. Yes, I was worried that I'd end up in the hospital a fourth time, so definitely not happy. So I know I've suffered in 5 years 4 cases, not 1, 2, 4. So yes, some people are more susceptible like me, but yeah. So yeah, I've probably still got some stuff in there, and and I'm still using. That's why I use lemon juice, because I can't be bothered. It gives a nice flavour, but I use it as well. So for the next couple of years, as I'm clearing all this out, that extra citric acid, I also use, it's not only the taurine, but I add also MSM sulfur to basically provide sufficient sulfur to clear out, because it depletes sulfur, oxalate. So to basically, sort out and make sure that I don't get too depleted, because sulfur is so important for collagen, for keratin. So even the bones have got a lot of keratin in them. They need sulfur and shitloads of it. And our diets tend to be sulfur poor. Remember, there's a lot of sulfur in animal foods, eggs, shitloads of sulfur. Sulfur amino acids like methionine, shitloads in meat. Yes. Yes. Guzzle that methionine down until the veg started to exactly. Anyway. Oh, shit. See, I don't have Blinky here to tell me that I should transition. Yes, Roy's back. Missed me? Anyone familiar with Kevin Bass? No idea. Got to be the biggest crackpot out there, is he? Okay. Is he vegan? What is he? Vegan on Ray Pete, or what sort of cockwomble is he? Let's just check him out. Okay. Kevin Bass Nutrition. What an oxymoron. So I suspect I'm not gonna play this, at this stage. So I will just share that. So I suspect it's this guy here. Please just confirm that it is this guy that's on screen now.
I agree with you. I think that's a really, really good point, is that a lot of times I think that a lot of the keto and the carnivore discussion, even though I think Sean Baker and Paul Saladino or whatever, all these carnivore guys, and you guys mostly eat meat as well.
I wouldn't classify Paul Saladino as a pure carnivore. An actual carnivore. He's a repeat meat eater. That's basically it. That's as far as it goes nowadays.
Right.
Correct.
Okay.
Well, I'm not carnivore. Yeah, not carnivore, but eat a lot of meat.
So I think that among people who tend to promote that, they're very adherent, and then the people who are listening to them, many of them might be a lot less so. And in fact, maybe a lot of the reason that the people who listen to them like that message is because it like gives them license to almost eat what they want. It's like, oh yeah, you're saying I can actually eat meat. Okay, great. Now I'm going to keep eating the meat.
So eating a species appropriate food is the license to eat. Give us a break. This guy must be a real fucking world-class cockwomble. Oh, he's actually an MD. Oh, explains everything. Most doctors don't know what they're talking about, unfortunately. Yes, that does explain everything. Anyway, we're not going to waste our time with this cockwomble. I will check him out. And if you've, Dylan, just send me an email and certain things that you've actually heard, because I don't have the time to run around trying to search everything that he says. But if he said specific stuff against the carnivore diet, you've actually got stuff, send it to me. Tell me timestamp that it starts here where he talks about it and all that. I will listen to it and then I'll pull him apart, in a quick video or something like that. So that's the easiest way for me. If he's talking shit, it just makes it easier. I don't have the time to deal with every single cockwomble in the world. It's just basically the one thing. But if, a bit of low-hanging fruit, you can actually nip it in the bud very fast, I don't mind doing that. Because you guys are dealing with all this their nonsense out there all the time. So if you've got a bit of ammo, you can just basically... And I like to give good ammo. Like this morning, people talked about the retinol stuff. And I went, do you remember the guy that we talked about years ago who ate 25 eggs a day, the old geezer? Ate for about at least minimum one generation, which is 33 years. That guy was consuming, on average, and that's based on the current level, the current eggs, like caged eggs, which are very poor in retinol. And that was 6,250. This guy said if you have for a couple of years over 5,000, you'll become toxic. This guy was consuming, he's 88, outlived both of his parents, very healthy, wasn't taking supplements, was eating retinol from food, not supplements. Food, there's a difference. It's actually even chemically different, even though he claims they're all the same. Bullshit. And basically, do you think he's only eating eggs, this old geezer? So I calculate with current eggs, 6,250 international units per day. And that's basically having like 24 eggs. And we know he ate that because the people that were in the nursing home delivered 24 eggs every single day and sometimes even up to 30 eggs. So on average, he consumed 25 eggs. They calculated, doctor, roughly. Even if he wasn't, even if it was just, let's just ignore the extra eggs that they gave him sometimes, just the 24 eggs. That's 6,250 with today's caged eggs. This was back in the 90s. Back in the 90s and earlier, egg quality was much better and higher in retinol and fat-soluble vitamins. So it was probably 7,000 plus. Add the other foods, definitely were close to about, maybe 8,000 IUs. let's just say it's 6,500 IUs, still higher than what that cockwomble said. Over 5,000, you're going to be toxic. And this guy was basically for multiple decades. As I said, I only have to show, as Bart would say, one case study, one experiment, one thing that actually blows that hypothesis out of the water completely and utterly. That's all the argument you have to use. It's like people saying, oh, 1 or 2 eggs is going to kill you. Well, this guy is outlived his parents and all that, ate 25 eggs a day. What the fuck are you talking about? You fucking cockwomble. Didn't have any longevity genes. His dad died at 40 from some sort of complications. They think it was cardiac or some sort of, because then, you could get sort of cardiac type issues related to back, like an infection or whatever. I'm not going to go into it. Whatever, he died at 40. And his mother died at 76, so she didn't have any longevity genes, nothing special. And he was still around 88, doing quite well with a relatively good cholesterol, because we know now, because of Dave Feldman, that when you actually have high levels of saturated fats and cholesterol in the diet and excess calories, you basically, the body downregulates endogenous production. So we know why that happens, okay? We know as a biohack, we do it for insurance purposes, low-carb people. So we know that, but the reality is that there's not an issue there. So he's just talking crap. And all of his studies are associational, and basically things like, not only associational, but things where people are taking supplements, and a lot in many cases. And even that lady that her kid died, we don't really know how much she fed the child and how much what she gave as quantities of different supplementations and all that. Because the problem is, as a mother, she's going to hide. Most people hide, but most people lie because they could be liable to prosecution. So you're not going to get the true fact. And unless you actually measure things, it's just speculation, because it was all associational anyway. There's also the other angle about, bones and all that, and old people in nursing homes, giving them high doses with supplements. You've got the other side that, let's not forget, you've got the issue of vitamin D. One can actually cause a vitamin D deficiency, too much retinol. You've got to balance the two. And so as a consequence, it could be that factor as well, that with a bone issue. So that's one factor. Then the other side of the coin, beyond that, is that a lot of these people, especially nowadays, that a lot of these studies are done compared to the old studies, which show very different results. And that's why we're saying all these old, people basically, he sort of brushed them off for a whole lot of different reasons, but he didn't really explain why. He didn't really, mechanistically show why, and he used more recent studies and all that. Well, there could be other issues as well. Fatty liver. We know young kids and a lot of people have fatty liver nowadays. When you have fatty liver, you have more fibrotic tissue. And he did talk about taurine. He said, if you use taurine, it seems to improve things, but he didn't know why. I know why, because it reduces basically fibrotic tissue, which means if you reduce fibrotic tissue in the actual liver, what do? The areas where you store vitamin A, as an ester, retinol ester, is basically the areas where you get fibrotic tissue that can actually not hold enough. So you have poor storage. Humans that are healthy usually have very massive storage. They have no problems. But if you've got some major liver dysfunction and poor storage, yes, you can have massive releases as a consequence. And that's where taurine does have a positive effect, but he doesn't understand the mechanism, so he didn't get it. So, yeah, what can you say with these people? There's a lot of crackpottery out there because they just don't understand human physiology, and they think in reductionist terms, and they get on their little bandwagon and they go, oh, this is bad. You go, the body is a much more complex environment, and it will vary between people, and you need to work out what is really going on in that organism. What dysfunction exists for these pathologies to emerge, or these conditions to emerge, So, but he's not interested in trying to find out. He's just interested in this reductionist nonsense. This is bad. This is good. This is sort of black and white. This sort of nonsense. Forget about really investigating mechanisms and really that. Oh, it seems to be very much associated, and they're all associational. So, oh, this is associated. That's associated. Well, so are ice cream and shark attacks associated. God, I'll have to give up ice creams. Damn. Otherwise, I'll be attacked by a shark. Yes, ridiculous. A lot of people in their 20s look very old these days. Exactly. They're oxidizing at a rapid rate. People will never believe me when I tell them I'm 38. Yes, exactly. When I tell them that I'm in my mid-50s, and I've only been doing the carny diet now for 2.5 years, and low carb for about another 4.5 years, because I was doing basically a Mediterranean style before, but it wasn't. It was paleo-Mediterranean, which still mixed macro, so I couldn't say it was a pure low-carb diet. So, we're talking about 6 odd years. 6, probably 7 years. Still very, it's a drop in the ocean compared to years and years and years of basically, damaging my body severely. But things are better, much better than what they used to be. Still getting there. There's still plenty to heal, plenty of things to improve in that regard. And, next level, senolytics and all sorts of other things. And I hope when I get to my 60s, I still look pretty good. In the next 5 years, you will be here to notice it as well. But when I look at a lot of people in the carnivore community that have even been doing it for a couple of years, they look pretty good for their age and pretty robust, the majority of them. Some people still are struggling, to get there, and that's because they're more damaged. It's just, it's going to take a bit longer for them. It may take them an extra decade to get there because they're just more damaged. They've been doing too many inappropriate things for far too long in comparison. But the young people now, some people are terrible. It is shocking, what state that some of them are in, It's pretty bad. Bjorn, I know what you mean. So, worrying, very worrying, to say the least. Yeah, my brother has the same problems. He thinks he has too much stomach acid. Yeah, it's actually too little. Yes, and probably eating inappropriate things and a whole lot of other things. Yeah, and he'll jump on the crap, and then eventually, if he listens to them, he'll end up with esophageal problems, and it just goes on and going on. More drugs, and let's fix this and let's fix that, and let's stop this happening and that. And you end up with a bag full of drugs and a lifestyle that is miserable. Yeah, unfortunately. I smoke and grill myself hours out in the sun. Smoking, probably not a good thing, but the grilling of yourself in the sun, a very good thing. Enjoy the sun. Remember that song? Here comes the sun, doo-doo-doo-doo. Here comes the sun. Yep, just sing that along as you enjoy the sun. Yeah, a lot of my friends has terrible. A lot of my family has terrible GERD. Probably a genetic thing. They popping next to him like candy. Oh, God, it will not end well. Precisely, unfortunately, that is very much true. Yes, there are genetics to this problem. Some people are more susceptible. There's also basically the some people build, and this is like even with having like sleep apnea and more snoring and stuff like that, which I suffered for quite some years. Again, I tend to have a very thick neck. It runs in the family. My father has a thick neck. My cousin had a thick neck as well. I mean, it's good for rugby. I mean, my cousin was in the rugby team down here in Tasmania, so it's got thick necks, we've definitely got good, strong necks, not going to break very easy. But at the same time, it means that because they tend to basically also, when you do get fat and you do put on body, you can actually, around that tissue, that muscle, you can grow far more fat, and that can actually increase or decrease the sort of the area, your actual windpipe, and so as a consequence can actually worsen a number of these things. So yeah, there are a number of issues which are associated with, related to certain genetics, obviously, and certain people are more susceptible than others. That's true. It's just the way it is. But yes, it's a concern listening that they are popping them like candy is not a good thing. Yes, doctors prescribe PPIs like candy. Unfortunately, they do. Even though it should not be used more than 2 weeks at a time. That's true, but look at a lot of medicines out there. If you read the fine print, they actually talk about a lot of side effects, and they do recommend conservative use. That's for liability, to cover themselves. But the drug reps that turn up usually tell the doctors, there are issues, but if you need to, we've had positive effects and positive feedback that a bit more doesn't really hurt, and they usually say it there off the cuff without putting it in writing, so they're not liable. And what doctors do, because the drug reps, they don't have time to look into the research or concern themselves too much. They go, oh yeah, okay, they got a bit of they've found out from other doctors. They may have not had any information from other doctors. They may have been completely lied to, for the sales. But they're not going to check. They're going to say, okay, other doctors have had a bit of better results. Let's just pump up let's give them more candy. Exactly, and that's what happens. So, yeah, not a fucking good thing at all. And you're right, Bjorn, very bad the way things are. You should go and check the cholesterol code and check it out for yourself and learn something. It's actually consuming saturated fats and cholesterol in excess, with excess calories. And what it does is the body will downregulate the production of cholesterol. Actually, when you fast, your cholesterol goes up. And the longer you fast, it goes even higher. So if you do a couple of days fast and then go and give cholesterol, your cholesterol will be really high because you're not taking any in. So your body, or enough saturates to produce more. So your body is actually just going into overdrive to compensate. So yes, so excess calories, and yes, it makes a big fucking difference in the result. So if you need to sort out an insurance policy, that is not medical advice, that is not basically telling you how to basically, adjust your results. But I've heard it does work anecdotally. Just basically covering myself with the YouTubia mafia. Oh God, strange world we live in. Often prescribed in tandem with anti-inflammatories like ibuprofen and beyond, without much thought. Yes, give the masses all their kibble and drugs they want. Yes, COX-2. Yes, let's support those beautiful areas of inflammatory pathways. Yes, nothing like it. It is basically horrendous. Yep, you know what? And it's legalized drug pushing. Yes, we're in the wrong business, guys. Yeah, we're in the wrong business. In that regard, I was going to make certain remarks, and I just realized that, one, it was a bit on the crude side. Two, it could get me banned from YouTube, so I better hold back. Fucking hell, Harry. About carnies getting taller due to disc getting better. Yes, exactly. I was always told that discs are poorly vasculated and basically don't improve. It's bullshit. If you're on basically a protein deficient diet, poor in fat soluble vitamins, yeah, that's true. That'll exactly happen as they say, because that's what they've observed with all their other kibble eating clients. But there are very few carnies that go to doctors, and there'll be more in the future. That'll actually, the doctors will say, "How did this happen?" After they've actually tested them again, they go, "I've been on a carnivore diet," and the doctor will go, "What? And what's that?" And then you'll be able to tell them, and maybe in a couple of centuries, it may get through the academia. Because that's how bad it is, how long it takes. I mean, Philip Randall just published his, groundbreaking research in 1963 on the Randall cycle, and it's 60 odd years now, and it's 58 years to be more precise. But anyway, still, after more than half a century, very few people understand it. Very few people understand it. And actually, very few people even understand it to the level that I understand it, or Bart. We also understand it as a deuterium thing as well, because there is deuterium depletion and deuterium, mitochondrial efficiency and all that can play a role as well, because, how quick you engage depends on the health of your mitochondria and your lean your muscle mass. So how much muscle you've got and the health of your mitochondria determine is another factor. So you can actually give two people that are the same height, the same BMI, you can give them the same amount of calories, mixed calories. And one person may engage the Randall cycle at a very low gradient and another person at a very high gradient. And that high person that will engage at a much higher gradient is simple. That person's probably got less lean body mass, so they can take up less glucose as glycogen out of the system. One. The other thing that is also at play here is mitochondrial dysfunction. How quick can you create ATP and create conditions where you can take more out of the bloodstream to disengage the cycle? So those are the factors. That's where it's more nuanced. That's sort of next level, what I'm talking about now in that regard. But that relationship also, that's adding another layer to the Randall cycle explanation. That yes, Bart's explained all the, how the blockade happens in these different areas, the enzymatic pathways where blockades happen. But there are the rate, you've probably heard me when I've discussed with Bart, the rate of engagement of this Randall cycle and the gradient. You've probably heard me say, but I've never explained it. And that is all to do with the health of the mitochondria and the glycogen storage with the muscles. That's the other element that we probably don't talk enough about or bring up in our conversations when we talk about the Randall cycle, but it's another element for why things affect people slightly different. So, and I'm basically saying those things. So I was going to make a video, but who knows how long it's going to take with all the other stuff that I've got to do for completeness, basically, for you guys to have a more complete picture in your head about how these things work. Anyway, yes, there's something like the carnivore diet, carny diet to sort things out, Dylan. I was wondering, I'm having problems absorbing protein, the high fat ratio I eat, the weaker and more muscle joint pain I get. I try PKD, really low protein. Do not do that. That's a bad thing. High fat for some months, felt shit. Exactly, you will feel shit. That is for certain therapeutic things like epilepsy and all that. It's a short-term thing. It's like the sort of thing that Walter Kempner did, the very low protein, low fat, high carbohydrate. The equivalent of that is the PKD, very low protein, low to zero carbohydrates, and very high fat. It has its therapeutic basis for that, for epilepsy and certain neurological things and a few other things. But it's not a long-term viable way to live. It's far too catabolic. It pushes the insulin to glucagon far too low. There's not enough leucine in that. Without enough leucine, you cannot get sufficient muscle protein synthesis. You will start breaking down tissue, collagen tissue as well. Remember, bones, muscles, and all that are the biggest thing that I basically am fighting in this community, constantly fighting. I think like I feel like sometimes I'm in a wrestling match with the rest of the carnivore community. What is wrong with you guys? Really, what is wrong with you? Why do you fear protein? Stop fucking fearing protein. Eat your fucking meat. There's nothing wrong with protein. You know, you will not get, let me make this perfectly crystal clear. If you don't have one bit of carb, one single piece of shit carb kibble, you will not engage the Randall cycle. You will maintain, you can take all the fat out, just have shitloads. Obviously, it's not a good idea. You still need some fat, but shitloads of protein. I mean, steaks on steak, just will them in on a little bench, will the fuckers in, a whole fucking animal, just looking at you with its head there as well. I can tell you one thing, your insulin to glucagon ratio will still be around 1.3. Are we crystal clear about that? It's not protein. You can have as much fucking protein as you like. It's not going to turn into glucose either. It's demand driven. Glucose is demand driven. Let me say that again. Glucose is demand driven. Glucose is demand driven. Do you want me to say it more times? Okay. So glucose is demand driven. As long as you have enough insulin to temper, enough glucagon to temper insulin to that lower grade, all the muscle protein synthesis is coming from leucine. You can't actually store fat because you're not in a catabolic state, you're in a low-grade anabolic state, but you're low enough to allow hormone-sensitive lipase to be activated, which means you're still losing weight and not storing fat. Very great. But at the same time, so it's providing extra energy. You don't need, most of us have plenty of energy on board for a very long time. The extra protein will drive muscle protein synthesis. That leucine will maintain that. And as long as insulin is in that low gradient, because it's being restricted from glucagon, insulin, remember I said primitive organisms, insulin and IGF-1 were one single thing. There's a division of labour now, but they use the same signalling pathways. They move in lockstep. If insulin is here, IGF-1 is here, and they go like that, depending on what you're eating. You've got mixed macros engaging the Randall cycle, they go much higher together, and they drag mTOR with them. mTOR is basically tied to leucine. And as long as insulin and IGF-1 are not overexpressed, you know what happens? And you've got hormone-sensitive lipase, so you're not basically storing. You've got low insulin, you've got hormone-sensitive lipase, which is inhibiting storage of fat. You know what you're doing? You are driving muscle protein synthesis to higher levels. And guess what happens in your gut? I've told you this before, peristalsis. Your gut slows down so you can absorb more. Remember what I said ages ago, if you actually have whey or that, you'll absorb it in a couple of hours. If you have a lot of meat, eggs and stuff like that, it can be up to 6 to 8 hours. really slow. So you can eat a shitload of stuff, and all that will happen, it will slowly get absorbed. And every hour, it'll take a bit more, a couple of, 30 odd, 40 grams or whatever into the system, and more each time. And just slowly but surely, it'll be absorbed and absorbed and absorbed, and the rest will go to waste. That's how it works. It's not a complex, well, it's complex in some regards, but that's how it actually works. Protein is not to be feared. Remember, the rat grew big fucking, well, probably big balls as well, but anyway, we won't go into the sexual part. I'll use that in my private conversations with my friends to make them laugh. But basically, those rats actually grew big fucking kidneys, good filtration, very healthy as well. And they were big motherfuckers. They could actually they were the uber rat. 70% of their calories were coming from protein. And that's not even an animal that is, like us or carnivores that are actually more adapted to protein. That is, it's an omnivore. And that animal was performing marvelous. So stop fearing protein. Stop listening to these people. Most people do not need a therapeutic PKD diet. And I do have disagreements with the PKD diet, with some of their protein levels. I think they're too low, too catabolic, and I don't think they understand the Randall cycle very well, and they don't understand some of these insulin to glucagon related ratios and this part of these mechanism, which is tied back to the Randall cycle. Because if you're not engaging the Randall cycle, these insulin to glucagon ratios are much lower. That's what it's sort of tied back into, but people just don't understand that. It's because they've been taught physiology in a very reductionist way, and they haven't connected the dots, so to speak. I've connected the dots. So as people like Bart and all that. And it's probably the reason why we gravitated to each other, because we realized we were thinking on the same wavelength, on this stuff. That's why we're very close, and we collaborate because we think very much the same. But unfortunately, it's sometimes, as I said, it feels like the two of us against the majority out there that basically have still got these mythologies that they believe in and these strange ideas, and do more harm to our community than good. Up your protein. Do not fear protein. Your body needs protein. Your bones are made of protein matrix. Your muscles are made of protein. Your tissues, a majority, are made of fat and protein. All the actual machinery in your body is made of proteins, enzymes, you name it, all the different elements. It's endemic. The majority of us are actually quite deficient, and we've been quite deficient in protein for many years. This is the reason why we have a lot of these musculoskeletal problems. It's just crazy. We live in a crazy world. Initially we feared fat, now we fear animal foods. And I've actually said, you eat more animal foods, you eat more methionine-rich foods, what happens to your homocysteine? It goes down. G'day, Lukey. Good to see you, mate.
Hello, Harry. Nice to be here once again.
Good to see you, mate. Just got up.
Yep, yeah. And I think I got up like 20 minutes ago. So I actually fixed my sleep, and I've been using no alarm clocks or anything. I've just used natural lighting to wake up.
Sounds good. I just saw a comment from Bjorn. Wheel in the stakes. Yes, Bjorn. Wheel in the stakes, mate. Wheel in the stakes. Fuck, I can eat meat like there's no tomorrow if I want to sometimes. So, yes. The body, you start eating more meat, I can tell you the body will encourage you to eat more. You'll feel it inside you saying, I need more. Because that's how deficient we are. for a long time we've been deluded with, cognitive dissonance. Our own minds have made us fear meat, and we've been brainwashed for so many years to fear meat. All the wrong reasons, Methionine. Oh, it's going to kill you with homocysteine. It does the absolute opposite. Why would a sulfur amino acid so important to basically, methylation be harmful to you? Is beyond me. How people, again, reductionist nonsense. They go, oh, it follows this pathway all the way through and it creates homocysteine. But they ignore that the body is a much more complex interacting system with other enzymatic pathways, which will basically generate its own cysteine internally in the liver and basically turn it back and actually enhance and reduce the homocysteine even at a more rapid rate. The more methionine you use, it actually forces more production of cysteine. But do we look at the physiology, the way it works, and the proper research? No, we sort of stick to basically this reductionist little diagram, and we go, oh, that's all it is. And you go, oh, God. And this is the thing that we've been fighting in all these communities. It's reductionist shit. People that don't understand the complexity of the interacting body, and then they look at that, and then they spawn all sorts of excrement from this reductionist stuff, these diagrams. They see a diagram and then they go, oh, I can see this happening and this happening and this happening. And I can see a fucking unicorn in that corner as well. These people are seeing far too many cockwomble unicorns, unfortunately, and spreading shit upon shit upon shit. So yes, my mate, my Norwegian mate, do what your ancestors do and wheel in the stakes, mate. Wheel in the stakes. Fantastic, mate. Fantastic. You're a true Viking then. A true Viking. Good for you, mate. You mentioned last stream you recommended people lamb's liver over beef liver for retinol because of lower copper years. So you can get your retinol, plus you're not overloading your copper. Look, normally the body, these metalloproteins in your gut should be able to regulate things, but there can be some genetics between different people, and also there can be some differences, especially if you're eating too much organ meats and not eating enough muscle meats. You can cause a lot of imbalances then. So, and those people that he talks about actually consumed shitloads of organ meats. They weren't consuming muscle meats. They were just eating organ meats on organ meats continuously, basically liver on liver on liver. So obviously they were pushing, and they were eating beef, not even lamb, which is much lower and all that. I actually don't even eat a lot of, I like lamb's liver, I have to say, but nowadays, mostly if I'm going to have anything, I prefer the way the Greeks do it with gurguretsi, which is a combination of different organs, which is much healthier. You're getting all the different peptides and amino acids combinations, and micronutrient combinations and all that, and a whole lot of varied peptides that are in different organs as well, which is very important. They do vary. And I go back to the principle of, the way the people in the past used to say, you got a liver problem, eat more liver. You got a heart problem, eat more heart. You got this, eat more, the way the old fashioned sort of, wise ladies used to think about these sort of things. They used to give you small amounts, not massive amounts, but every day to sort of heal those organs. Very wise. I mean, you look at coenzyme Q10, the requirements in heart is very high. Heart has a lot of coenzyme Q10. Good idea to basically get it from there. So I basically nowadays do buy and stir fry in lard things like chicken giblets. Giblets is all the different organs together in a package, and it's like one single meal. It's like a nice little meal. Then I actually cut really thin strips of red meat and throw them into the wok and mix it all up and basically cook it, and it's really nice. with rosemary in particular as my herb, my favorite herb, rosemary, together with salt and pepper. It's wonderful. So there you go. There you got a recipe now out of me. Try to please the crowd out there. Good morning, Serpanians. Lamps, how are you, mate? Yes. Another loyal member. Yes. And I think a loyal member of in the wider meat militia as we are this group. I need fat to digest protein properly. Yes, we all do in that regard. But we should not fear protein. So a 1-to-1. But even if you go a bit higher, if you've got some fat stores and you go a bit higher on the protein, great, that's fine. Obviously, you can't go forever on a high protein and low fat because eventually you will burn through a lot of your own fat stores. And you still need some viscera around the organs, and you still need some. If you go too low around the organs, it can actually put them at risk. So there is a threshold you don't want to go below in terms of leanness. And you can see that in tribal societies, they've still got, they're not, have a very, most of them, if they're ripped, they're very mildly ripped, not severely ripped. They've still got some fat stores around the organs, which is good, is healthy. There's nothing wrong. The reason why we outcompeted the chimps is basically because we've got shitloads of fat storage and we can go for longer. Simple as that. And we've got more capacity. So there's nothing wrong with basically maintaining a bit more. So we need to get over a lot of this sort of, do you want to be a rake on the catwalk? Is that what you want? Is that your lifestyle or your thinking? That's not very healthy. You go for it if you want to, but it's not very healthy. I prefer to be more like some of these tribal people that have still got a bit, are not completely ripped. Some were, in that low ripped state. That is a much healthier state to be in. Let's put it that way. I'm just going to float through this. I should say, g'day, Jay. Did I miss amateur hour? No, I was raving earlier. You missed it, sort of the main part of it. It was informative and amateur at the same time. You know me. I don't put too much effort in. I'm not your Thomas DeLauer, let's put it that way. It's less than polished. And if you don't like it, I don't give a shit. It's simple as that. If you've come here for polished stuff, you've come to the wrong channel. You come here for the good information. If you come in for anything else, you've made a big mistake. Let's put it that way. Yeah. Oh man, ultra high fat. Fucked me up good. Yes. Never felt worse. Unbelievable joint and muscle pains, weakness and fatigue. Exactly. Yes. Guzzle in that protein. Wheel it in. As Bjorn said earlier, wheel it in. It's the group out of Hungary. PKD is a group out of Hungary where they do an ancestral type carnivore type keto type diet primarily, but I think they've become they've fallen into what I call the naturopathic syndrome. Like the naturopaths basically say, well, take a pill, a vitamin pill, this. The MDs usually have the allopathic doctors take a pill of this drug from Big Pharma, and then you've got the PKD people have sort of become, let's cure everything with a therapeutic ketogenic diet. And I think that's the wrong approach. It's really the wrong approach in that regard. So, yeah, it's not going to work for everyone. There are certain conditions in the short term it does work. and then people should transition back to more meat. But in the long run, if people do it for too long, it's going to be problematic, far too problematic, too catabolic, and too many issues, and will cause deficiencies. We've actually said this before play out back in the 1920s when John Hopkins was using the ketogenic diet for the first time with people with epilepsy. What the thing that they noticed is severe deficiencies. Well, obviously theirs was plant-based and it wasn't animal-based fats. So it happened to a much more severe level compared to, and they had to basically provide multivitamins and all sorts of things to these people as a consequence, because they fed them a lot of, basically the oils, seed oils for the ketones, and basically also a lot of type of powders and other shit for the protein and whatever. So these people were just not getting enough good nutrition. But it doesn't, it's sort of a Band-Aid solution. Obviously, when you've got a community like the PKD that basically is pushing these therapeutic things, but then on top of that, not providing the supplementals because they're against that, they believe getting them from organ meats and all that. And the problem is you're not getting enough methionine from muscle meat, and you're not basically getting enough potentially, things like zinc to balance out copper, and also zinc, which is very important for a number of physiological processes. If you don't get enough, it can actually make retinal issues even worse and all that. So these things don't end up pretty for a number of people. And so, yes, it's the reason why I don't promote PKD. Now you know why, because I'm a person that's more into protein and eating more fucking steaks, and like Sean Baker, like Bart in that regard, and using basically organ meats as a small, sort of what I call basically a multivitamin, a carnivore multivitamin. That's how I use it. I don't consume massive amounts. I use small amounts and all that. So, and pretty much around about the 5,000 I use when it comes to both retinol and vitamin D. And in summer, I try to get more from the sun. Simple as that. And in only up it when it has to, when the immune system needs it, when I get sick. When I come down with something, I'm starting to feel, I'm coming down with something. I'm not feeling it 100%. Whack, take a few high doses of vitamin D. A couple of days later, back to normal. So, yes, there's a time and a place for everything. So paleomedicina, that's right, that's what they call paleomedicina, is definitely wrong that everyone should only eat 400 grams high-fat diet. I've never felt worse than on their protocol. I don't blame you. I do not blame you, Yeah, I mean, what can I say? And the problem is, at that level of fat with very low protein, it's not a fucking good thing at all. It's way too much. It's way, way too much in that regard. You need a one-to-one fat to protein. And if you want to build more muscle, you've got a bit of fat stores, I sort of go like more protein, even less fat, to build muscle. A bit like those rats. Those big, big, big muscular rats. Yes. You want to become a big rat, don't you? So what are you eating currently, Lukey? What sort of levels are you eating of meat?
Oh, so I think I'm eating about just over a pound a day. It's like half a kilo. And I could eat more, but I'm also eating like half a dozen eggs a day. So
Sounds good.
Yeah. Hmm. And I've been getting a good amount of dairy as well. So I do have some carbs still, but it's not that big of a deal. It's like 5%, about 5%, like that. Yeah, I'll have about a glass of milk a cup of yogurt, and yeah, like a few slices of cheese as well,
Yeah.
like local raw cheese.
Well, this drink is probably giving me about 18 grams of carbohydrates in the evening. Do you think I really worry that much? You know, I lifted a bit of weights earlier, and then where do you think this is going to go? That and they'll go whoop into my glycogen stores, and then the
Mhm.
body will still produce a bit more through gluconeogenesis because there's not enough to replete. So
Yeah,
it's a non-issue in that regard.
yeah, and I was actually like making experiments of this sort. I've been
Even eggs
drinking.
have got a small amount as well.
Yeah, it's normal.
Yeah,
But it's definitely different. Like people say that, like when I drink, like even if I drink a large amount of milk at once, like half a liter or something, it doesn't feel like eating. Like if I have a spoon of honey or something, it's completely different. It's definitely not the same.
yeah, exactly. Yeah, look, there's nothing. I really enjoy meat. I really fucking enjoy meat. You know, um, I mean, I had to go and actually get some more burgers. I ate them all. I said to Ling, because she bought herself a whole pack as well. She's getting in. She likes them as well. Getting stuck into them and eating more protein. Good for her. And she used to eat too many vegetables and stuff like that. She's sort of moved away, and she's looked at me, and she's sort of suffered some muscle loss and stuff like that, and she's realized, oh shit, and she's realised that, and she goes, "I'm really hungry. I need more. For meat, I love when I eat meat. I actually my body desires even more." And I said, "Because you've been protein deficient for years, your body's signaling this is the right stuff. You've found the right stuff. I need more to rebuild your tissue." Because she actually injured her hand, and it's been a struggle for her to recover and all sorts of things. And it's because basically people are just not enough protein, and a lot of people have got very poor bone and muscle mass even in young age. It's horrifying. These people are going to end up in wheelchairs in the long run if they continue at this pace, in nursing homes, being wheeled around and being spoon fed by probably a robot, because there won't be enough people to look after them. So yeah, it's going to be a disaster for a lot of humans in the long run, the way we're going. It'll only be us carnies, old carnies, walking around, and and basically, literally sitting there and laughing at these idiots that basically ruin their lives on kibble. So yes, we'll have the last laugh. Let me put it that way. But yeah, I absolutely, yes. Protein is king. Yes, I love protein. Look, women require a bit more um, fat. They do feel much better on fat than protein, because fundamentally, forget about what the feminist brigade out there says and all that. I ignore that. At the end of the day, women, unless they're taking steroids and other things, find it very hard to build a lot of muscle. They just are not very muscular. So they tend to require far more for the endocrine system as well, their hormone system, basically more fat. So that's why I usually say zero 0.8 to 1.2 for women, and for men 1.1 to 1 to 1, or even more protein and less fat if you're trying to lose weight and trying to build more muscle. So it depends on what you're trying to achieve. But generally, people just free living, not really out there bodybuilding or doing anything, just doing a bit of exercise here or there. 1 to 1 is perfect for the majority of people. Um, you know, it's fine. But yes, Baker does like 400. Baker, who's Baker? Is that other guy that we were talking about before?
It's Sean Baker, I think.
Oh, so yeah. Sorry, I'm thinking about that other cockwomble. Yeah, he does. But he's a big boy. He's massive as well. So, um, what's his height? What's Sean Baker's height? Does anyone know what his height is? What's Sean Baker's height? Wasn't Ness Ray, do not listen to cockwomble stuff. Wasn't 300 grams the uric acid maximum for protein? No, that's just bullshit. Okay, thanks, guys. 6 point. Okay.
Yeah, 195.
Okay, so let me just find that. 6 times. It's a big boy.
Yeah, it's 195, Harry.
So 190, yeah, 195. So and oops, you go for 21.75, which is that mid-range BMI of the normal. It's a rough thing in that regard. So what's he doing? He's doing a 4.8, so per kilo of body weight. He's probably bigger than that anyway. So, because what weight does anybody know? Sean Baker's weight? What's his weight? Anybody know what his weight is? If anybody knows, so he's doing well beyond 4 grams, which is fine. 4 grams. Remember the Samburu people are doing on average about 3.92, I think, around there. So about 4 grams is 240 pounds, 110. Okay, so at divided by 110, that's 3.6. So he's actually slightly below. He's slightly below what the sand people of the Kalahari which do. So let's just calculate that. If he was going to be to the same level as the Kalahari guys on average, which is 3.92 divided by 3.6363, which is what he's currently, times 100. So he would have to increase his intake by 8% to get to that level of the average of the Bushman of the Kalahari. So still not there completely. So now let's just do that 400. So in order to get to the Kalahari guys, he would have to get up to 431 grams per day. 431.2 grams. So to be at the same level as the Bushman of the Kalahari, he would have to consume 431.2 grams, according to Cordain, who took these measurements, and other people. That's what he would have to get up to. So many people that sit out there saying, oh, Sean Baker's eating far too much protein. Well, he's actually not. He's actually eating slightly less than what somebody from the Kalahari would, these Bushmen would consume. So he's actually suboptimal in regards to what their levels are. So, people now are starting to realize after this that I've pointed this out on numerous occasions. I think you're starting to realize that you guys are just not getting enough protein. Are you? No. That is why you're not as muscular, as robust as Sean Baker and the Bushman of the Kalahari. Because even in old age, these people are so fucking robust, are doing things that most people in their middle ages or 30s or 40s are struggling to do. And these guys are so strong because of the high protein. They're in that older age and they are doing in their 80s and stuff things that old young men or middle-aged men are struggling to do. That's the difference. You tell me protein isn't good. You look at basically the Maasai. We're talking about an 80-year-old, double the age of Mary, running up a hillside and she couldn't keep up. That's how robust and strong the guy was. We just don't get it. Just because they've got high infant mortality that was recorded, especially when European diseases came in and stuff like that, and we based that measurement that was taken by the colonists back then as the basis of their their lifespan. No, as Mary pointed out and showed a number of people that were well over 100 that were really healthy and robust. So, and even the one that she did with the guy that actually does all the stuff about what is it called, Food Lies or whatever it's called, that he does all that. Yeah, he actually showed a lot of the videos because he went along with Mary and did a lot of the recordings for that movie that they're doing, and actually showed a lot of that stuff. So all these old people that were healthy and robust and that old lady was jumping up and down like mad. I mean, she wasn't breaking any bones, I can tell you. She wasn't getting fractures anyway. If Garth Davis was doing that, he'd basically shatter his whole body. That cockwomble would be in a pile of bones. You'd be picking him up and say, "Is that you? Can you still hear me, Garth?" Fucking sake, these cockwombles and their bullshit. Yes. Now you know why you hear me saying, "Get that fucking meat in you. Eat that fucking meat." You hear me saying all the time. Now you know why. Do-do-do-do-do. 20% protein only. In my book, that is what some carb dieters or sad people on a sad diet usually consume. I think it should be much, much higher. So Pfizer didn't eat at 80 won't wipe out the person together with its senescence. It won't cause too much autophagy. I have to laugh with same smug. He comes up with some beauties, but you know what? He gets us thinking. Sometimes you can ask a question in a certain way, and I've said I thought I answered that. That's why they call him some smug. He's a bit smuggish. In a person potentially impeded in everything, including clearing cells. And then Richard, I'm not laughing at you. I'm just laughing with a question. It's just I can think of, oh God, should I take this? Could I cause myself total autophagy, senescent death? Oh, somebody took Pfizer and died from senescent death. Oh,
the guy just dissolves away.
Too much. Thanks for the laugh. I appreciate it. Let's put it this way. Look, you're not going to get that level of senescent death. It's going to be the most worst, and it's going to be, remember, once it's used, that's it. It's used. It doesn't go on. It's not like a replicating mRNA vaccine. It's basically, it doesn't keep on going around doing more damage. This basically, is a dose dependency. It'll take out a certain level of senescence, and then you'll have a bit of a rebuild with some healthy tissues, because you'll get some stem cell activation that will actually build new healthy cells to replace those. And so it takes a bit of time for the more senescence you have, the longer it will take in that regard to clean that out. Senescent death. Great name for a brand. Total autophagy, I know. Oh, thanks for the laughs. I appreciate it. I needed that laugh. I was getting too serious. I needed to put myself back on the entertaining pathway. Thanks, mate. if your gallbladder won't work, will you have a lot of diarrhea? Potentially, you can have a number of issues. I mean, you've resolved most of your issues with you've been taking taurine and stuff like that and sort of clearing up stuff, Alex. I know things are basically improved on your front. As long as you can get the flow happening again properly, it will improve in that regard. Also there can be other issues when it comes to diarrhea as well, and it can be issues where gut microbiome may be in a bit of a, all over the place with some people as well. That can be an issue. There can be a whole lot of related stuff. There can be sort of peristalsis issues that, some damage, structural damage. There's a lot of things. It's not one thing. So it's very hard to pin these things down. You got to have a good history of the person and know exactly what's happening and, with a bit of investigation. So, pretty much. Yeah, I don't believe in the super high fat dogma. Neither do I. I tried that for a couple of months myself, and I felt extremely cold and extremely frail and extremely shit. And I did it for 3 months, and I said, this is shit. You can't do this forever. This is just crap. And I was doing, at the time, about 15% protein and 85% fat, and I felt like the worst I'd ever felt, crappy and very cold. And I'm a person that's really, I tend to be very warm, like ask my partner or any ex, they pretty much testify to that I'm like a thermal blanket, in terms of heat. But I was really cold in that period, that's 3 months, and I realized just something wrong with this. I said, do I need to do a therapeutic stuff? No, I don't. Why am I doing it? So I basically abandoned it at that. But I never really thought about it deeply after that. But the more I've got into protein in recent times, in recent years, so the last 3 years where I've investigated protein much deeper and understood the Randall cycle, understood these insulin to glucagon ratios, understood how mTOR, insulin, IGF-1, how they behave in relation to leucine without carbs and stuff like that. And I started understanding much clearer what's happening. And I realized that's all that other stuff that made us fear protein is bullshit. And as I came across more and more studies that looked at these high protein intakes, I'm going, there's not an issue here. And, all I found was that basically you get stronger as a person or a rat, super uber rat, or you basically, you even drive down your homocysteine levels, because I had those sort of issues because I've got a number of SNPs with MTHFR and stuff like that. So that's another reason why I looked into all these different issues and aspects and came across this sort of stuff and realized, shit, again, as I say, you have to suffer a number of things to basically look into things, and it's the way it goes. Now, a lot of people ask me things, and I will go and investigate them and find esoteric ways of viewing things. I don't accept a lot of people will go out there, they just, they've heard that this person has said this in the carnivore community or the low carb community. And what they do is they go and find supporting evidence of associational studies just to reinforce the same stuff. I don't like doing that. I don't think that's genuine. That's not real research, and it's not real. You're basically, it's poor what you're doing, both for yourself and for others. So for me, it's going all down all the rabbit holes and trying to work out, can I find a one, or am I finding all zeros? It's the way a true scientist, first of all, you look at as a hypothesis and say, now let me find the opposite. Can I find the opposite that rejects this? And once I start finding a whole lot of opposites, I'm going, okay, that's bullshit. Okay, now we know. Now, why does this work this way? Now I need to understand it. And then I go into a deeper sort of cascade of rabbit holes to try and understand it. And that's how I get to the stage where I come back and tell you guys, that's fucking nonsense, and this is the reason and all that. And it's sort of, even for you guys, you're starting to go, shit, we've been told all these myths. And apparently it's the complete opposite. And you're starting to look at this stuff and going, Harry's showing a whole lot of ones that I didn't know existed. And now you're starting to realize that how much stupid dogma exists out there in the low carb community and beyond. And some of our opponents, like the Ray Peats and others, are using some of that stuff against us as well. So I see the Ray Peats and the paleo people very close. I mean, the old traditional paleo people, which they're mixed diets and all that. I see them very much the same, even though they have slight differences in some areas, but very much the same. And so I just see the Ray Peats and outgrowth of the paleo movement, and they're coming back to sort of haunt us. And I'm out there with my sword to slay them like St. George. So basically that is my approach. And I take no prisoners. And I don't apologise either, like St. George didn't. Yes. Yep, it does. But remember, you've got to balance iodine with selenium. Selenium also, good levels of selenium, also inhibit cancer. Over 200 micrograms will inhibit cancer to 42%. Over 250 micrograms will actually inhibit to 46, or was it 47%? I don't know. I read the study ages ago as I was flying out to Asia in, what was I? No, sorry. I was in Malaysia, and I was flying to, I was either flying to Thailand or flying to, and then I flew to Europe. I think it was that year anyway. It's a while ago. I can't remember now exactly. And I actually picked up a magazine, and it was just one of those, general magazines. And it actually talked about some study in Poland where they had actually referred back to the US study that had happened a couple of years earlier. And then they talked about this new study in Poland that basically had shown that 250 micrograms of selenium had basically reduced cancer by 46 or 47%. I can't remember exactly. And that was quite surprising. And the other thing that I found about it is that the soils in Poland are very low in selenium. And so certain types of cancer tend to be much higher. And remember, there was a community over there that did a carnivore diet in Poland years ago. That a lot of people talked about it. That basically some of their leaders had died from cancer, and people had made an issue of it. Well, actually, those people lived in a country where there was very low selenium in the soils. So even the animal products had very low selenium. So even if you ate meat or stuff like that, animal products, they were very low in selenium. So most of the people are deficient in that country, and do have some of the are more susceptible, depending on the genetics, with these cancers. So yes, there's more information now, and they have been. The Polish government there's a bit of a fortification thing that's actually happened in recent years and all that. I don't know enough about it to go into detail in that regard, but yes, it is an issue in some regions of Poland far more than others. So, but that's a reality. So, because all the actual minerals around on our planet, tend to be in very different proportions. Distributed. There are some areas that are very high in selenium, and that can be a problem where you're consuming a lot of local foods, can cause an iodine deficiency. So there can be, there's a lot of things, and a lot of these strange ailments that emerge in people, and you hear this in the annals of medicine, which is the literature of medicine, is all these case studies are really related to a lot of these minerals and vitamins and imbalances, and because of the environment and all that. And so it can be quite complicated. Sometimes it's not the diet, but it is a lot of these environmental factors that are affecting the foods. And this is why now you understand why I usually say to people, mix up some of your carnivore foods. Why? Because you can't guarantee what the sources that you're eating, what the micronutrient profile is going to be. Don't look at what they actually have on a website. That may be based on somebody's interpretation of an animal that they actually tested in some other country, somewhere else. And so by combining some things like, if you don't like crustaceans, maybe use colloidal minerals, like I've talked about, trace minerals to get some of those stuff. If you like crustaceans, make yourself a nice, soup, crustacean soup, and, get those extra minerals, and your body will love you for it. Me and Bart are pretty lucky because him and Beef got access to good seafood, and we consume a bit of seafood here and there. We still primarily consume ruminant animals, but we do consume a bit of seafood, and we added some additional micronutrients into our diet. I know Pim's very much into that sort of stuff, which is good. She keeps Bart sort of a bit more honest in getting certain things into his diet that he probably otherwise wouldn't have. So, yes, she helps in that regard. So, yeah. But, yes, selenium and iodine are two very important when it comes, and very strong statistically correlative studies have shown a relationship between both of them in breast cancer. But also, the fat-soluble vitamins as well are very important. Yes. Prostate cancer and breast cancer have got receptors for vitamin D, the enzymes that actually prevent proliferation, keep under control some of the proliferative things. And why do they exist? Because remember, breast tissue has to grow when the baby comes about, so to provide more milk and stuff like that. So it has these enzymatic pathways. It's another reason why it makes it vulnerable, and even prostate has some sort of level of protection in growing. But when you can prevent proliferation, and the way it actually happens is by getting the vitamin D in there. The vitamin D is the main component that sits in that enzymatic pathway. I just talk about it, but I haven't made the video. It exists in both, and it does have the primary one is vitamin D, and there's like a secondary cofactor, which is retinol, vitamin A, and it actually controls cell division and cell differentiation and stuff like that, and proliferation. It inhibits proliferation, this enzyme. So if you don't have enough free D and retinol in your diet, these things will not work properly, and you will get over time more prostate enlargement. And if you take a look, where in the world are most prostate enlargements happening and more prostate cancers? Primarily in Western countries, which are eating high kibble diets and are basically avoiding the sun and have very low vitamin D status and retinol status. And then you've got cockwombles that are telling you they even go lower. Exactly. What can one say? It's crazy. Oh, Shell's up. It's good to see you, Shell. Did the beast, the Tasmanian devil beast from the south, howl enough to wake you up? Ah, yes, must have been. Well, that's my theory. It's a bogus one, but I'll play with it for now. I was on PPIs for years, and now I'm on PPI free. Look, but it took a year of carny. Yeah, look, it takes time to adjust and slowly reduce and take them out. It's not easy. Yeah, I know, Wacky Toaster, and I think other people should also realize that it takes time if you're on that sort of stuff. It's not gonna. Don't do it quick. Please don't do it quick. You will suffer for it. Just stay on them and just lower the dose slowly but surely. Don't get off them quick, please. Make sure your doctor's basically monitoring you and testing you, and slowly come off them. Wean off them. Do not go fast. You will suffer quite a bit. It's not a good thing. You need basically those pumps to basically down regulate back to the normal sort of levels. So, yeah, expression. So, go slow and listen to your body. Ah, yes, you can. Could my milk consumption be detrimental to my stomach acid? Is it being pretty alkaline? Nah, not really. It's sort of overstated and over thing. The only issue you may have is if your stomach acid isn't that good, don't combine it with meat. Just don't combine it with meat. It's much easier to digest, even at a pH of 3. It's much easier to digest milk. Even at higher pHs, it's much easy to digest milk. You can see calves, they're at a much higher pH. They can digest milk very comfortably. So it's much easier. Where for meat, you need a lower pH. So just have it separate. Enjoy it separately. Just the way to do it. I tend to enjoy it separately. I don't have it with meat. I usually have it separately. I know for bodybuilding purpose, for anabolism and stuff like that, some people combine it. That's fine. But pretty much I just, have it separately and enjoy it that way. You mentioned before you have genes impairing your collagen production. What that looks like. Who are we talking about here? Not sure. There are genes that actually affect collagen synthesis and stuff like that. There are really severe stuff, and some people do not even get out of childhood because of that. So there are things. Yeah, it can vary quite a bit. But that would be a massive rabbit hole to go down to at this stage. So I'll probably do something on collagen eventually and all that. There's some of the myths as well when it comes to collagen and stuff like that. So I want to cover some of that sort of stuff as well at some stage. So we've got there's a lot of product out there that's been, let's say, a lot of more people are going to hate me. Fine. I don't care. It's the way it goes. Just eat meat, please. And ignore the rest. Eat real food. You don't need collagen powders. Believe me. I've read that a tablespoon of lard can have up to 1,000 IUs of vitamin D. Is that true? No idea, mate. Absolutely no idea. Look, pigs do synthesize like us, not on hair, like a lot of other animals will synthesize on the hair follicles, and then they will come down, slide down the actual, and some of them will absorb it at the base, and some of them will lick it off their bodies. So they have different strategies. So that's one thing. But if you're a hairless animal like humans and like pigs, they don't lick their bodies, and I do not want you to lick your bodies, especially if you're in a city that's highly polluted. You're probably going to lick other things in there, so heavy metals and whatever else. So the pig will have, depending on how long it's actually out in the, let's say, out and about in the sunlight. It's not in the barn, fucking another pig or basically eating something else and all that. Oh, but, there could be randy pigs that enjoy basically being in the barn and doing plenty of other activities and not being out in the sun. There's all sorts of, things that happen out there in the animal world. You know, God, you guys are far too sheltered. That's all I can say. And, the levels can vary quite a bit from pig to pig. So, I mean, we can't give blanket statements that there is going to be this amount if we eat that. It can vary the latitude that the pig is in, its level of exposure. Now being serious, level of exposure. God, get that thought out of your brain, Harry. Now let's get back on track. Let me have some milk and get me back on track. Say something, Lukey, and save me.
I can't really say anything at this time. Yeah,
I
but
know, sure, I know. It does have a squiggly thing. Pigs and their squiggly things.
I
Uh,
was going to say I'm still trying to find out exactly the thing about I mentioned the other day about animal blood being a good source maybe of vitamin D, and I don't know, in some places they'll say that a cup can have like 5,000 IUs. That seems like a
no
lot,
idea.
but at the
No
same
idea.
time, I think
I know.
it's really dependent on the sun exposure for the animal.
Exactly. It's like the skin. It's like us, anybody else. How much vitamin? Because remember, most vitamin D gets stored. You don't have a lot of circulating free vitamin D. It's a very small percentage, like 2% or whatever, and that gets all into those receptors, like in the prostate, the breasts, all sorts of other tissue. The free vitamin D, and the rest gets stored and converted via the liver into 25-OHD, the stored version, and then demand driven through sent to the kidneys and liver to basically be turned into the active, primarily kidneys, to turn into the active form. So, so it's all about that. But yes, getting back on track, yes, it has to do with the sun exposure and stuff like that. That actually plays a big role. I mean, cholesterol in the diet is probably going to be another issue as well. There's going to be a lot of other minor issues. So there's plenty of things, variables there. So for somebody to say a tablespoon is definitely going to give you that amount, that's drawing a long bow, and Bo's not even here. She'll get the joke when she hears it. Try taurine for a while. It helped me a lot. Lots of stones came out. They were all weak, but it took a few months. It does take a while for emulsification and for the stuff to come out, I know. I experienced that, and I went through the sludge and a whole lot of other things and a bit of diarrhea through the sludge and all that. So, yes, I do know. I was at the office once and I had to run to the toilets. So, yes, that was a very uncomfortable experience. But, yes, I haven't shited myself yet. That would have been very, very uncomfortable. But, it's just the way it goes sometimes. So it's been a horrendous experience dealing with gallbladder issues, dealing with all these sort of things myself as well. We've pretty much had a lot of wreckage and train wrecks we've been with a lot of these issues. People like yourself, Lukey, you probably won't experience the wonderful joys of these things because you're on a species-appropriate diet and are going to be much healthier for it. So you won't end up with stones because you're using it on the daily basis. You're pushing out the bile continuously. It's not solidifying. It's not basically building up any sludge or anything. And you're getting good enough nutrients in terms of the animal taurine and stuff like that. And things are working good, but you're young enough, so you haven't gone through. A lot of us are wrecks by the time we let me just get Jay working because he was, and so a lot of people, we've suffered quite a bit. Let's put it that way, unfortunately. Yes, I know that I had quite a lot of discussions with Alex in regards to taurine and some of his issues back then, and he was happy with the results. Yes, takes a while. Yes. When it comes to classed a lot of MK4, yes, it is involved in the synthesis, menaquinone 4 in the synthesis of bile salts. So if you don't have enough, which can be another issue with some people, very important for that. Plus, it has a whole lot of other importance in terms of the balancing between, when it comes to bone health and all that, between retinol and vitamin D as well, plays a very important role, menaquinone 4. It's a synergistic relationship of those three, very important. So we should not neglect. A whole lot of other biological processes. You look at a whole lot of biological processes where retinol is involved, you'll find D and MK4. Where D is the most dominant, you'll still find retinol and MK4. Even in the prostate, even in the breast tissue, you'll find MK4 as well. It's everywhere and pronounced very heavily in the liver. Let's not forget the majority of matrix metalloproteinases, which is the collagen degrading stuff, actually is produced in the liver. Yes. What is the key, the number one regulator of collagen degrading enzymes, of MMPs? Oh, let me just say this to the crackpots out there, it's retinol. The second most important one is vitamin D. The third most important one, very close to vitamin D, is MK4. Oh, shock horror. We do need fat-soluble vitamins, don't we, from animal products? Yes, say no more. You enjoy the sun, mate. You enjoy the sun. Yes, it does. That's not me. It's my cousin, who funnily actually now works for the tax office in Australia. So yes. But the reason for it is he never profiteered. Basically, what happened was he was involved in a transaction in which there is a thing called utterance in Tasmania. In most other states they got rid of it, but it's called utterance. You cannot sign a verbal agreement. That means you can't verbalize something or even sign something on your own. You have to have the presence of somebody else signing it, in the presence of another witness in front, of that person. So it's a complicated thing of law down here. It's called utterance. And Harry was found guilty of utterance. Okay, he didn't profit from it. He actually, even the commission that he was, for doing the job, he was required to pay back. Basically, what happened was the husband divorced the wife. The wife had separated, but Harry wasn't aware of this. She signed. They had some sort of agreement about another sale. He then contacted the husband and said, and agreed that because he needed money. He was basically in Bulgaria at the time. He'd gone across there, was trying to do some business, and things were not working out very well. He needed money, and he was putting pressure on her. She was trying to sell it to some other people here in Tasmania, and basically, and also he was hanging out with some bird over there, so it was a sort of a really messed up relationship. And she signed on his behalf with his authorization in front of Harry. So they were on the phone and all that. But he did never sign in front of some other person himself. And while in other states it's not illegal, and it's not even considered fraud or any, thing, in Tasmania, unfortunately, it is, as utterance. And that's why Harry never went to jail. He never profiteered from it. These other people transacted amongst themselves, and the only reason anybody found out about it is because the husband was trying to get some money and couldn't, and basically thought that he'd go after Harry for his insurance policy, because all legal people have insurance policies, and tried to screw Harry out of insurance money. And that's when he'd destroyed Harry's career as a lawyer in Tasmania. And then Harry just basically left, went and did a commerce degree, and then basically got into the tax office later on. Did other work, and then eventually got into the tax office. They reviewed him and found that he was not really guilty of anything. It's not, he didn't profit from it. He didn't, they didn't do the wrong thing. They were friends of the family at the time. And so, yeah, another good reason, when you're doing things, always do them by the book. Never say, just because there's a friend, the worst people that get you into trouble are family members that tell you, oh, don't worry about it, do this and, nothing will happen. We're not going to say anything. Yeah, bullshit. Things change in the future and they can screw you, believe me. So, yeah, and that's what basically happened. And Harry was found guilty of utterance. Never served a day in prison, and eventually it was dismissed, in a case because it was basically he didn't profiteer. He'd given back his commission. So he even gave back, he didn't profiteer from the transaction, but on top of that, he even relinquished he gave them back all their money. He didn't even get paid for the actual transaction that he was legally, entitled to. But because he basically, he did a technical error in the law. And as a lawyer, he should have known best. But unfortunately, because they were family friends at the time, his father's friends, yeah. I said that he was an idiot. I told him, I said, you're a fucking idiot for doing that. He said, just because of the friends, you should stick. And I'm very much the same. If I was to do a transaction with my sister and all that, it has to be in writing. And I have upset relatives and friends for saying that, but I don't give a shit. I will cover myself legally, and you should always do it there's no ifs or buts. Everybody knows where they stand. You transact with money or anything, you should do it legally. That means a relative can't come back and say, no, you've signed here. This is exactly what the agreement says. Finished. There's nothing to negotiate here. That's what it is. You stick to those terms and conditions. Yeah, unfortunately, that's what happened. And unfortunately, Harry was a really good lawyer, and a lot of people hated him in the Law Society. He was also arrogant. Some of you people think I'm a bit cocky. You haven't seen my cousin. He was uber cocky. Must run in the family. But anyway, that's a different thing altogether. We won't go into that. But you know what? I became president of the Greek community. He never did. He tried, but never did. So maybe I'm a bigger cock than him. But let's put it this way. He was taking a lot of business away from some big law firms because he was really crafty. He's smart. He's probably got a higher IQ than me. He's really smart and crafty and could pull arguments and people apart so quickly that he won cases, really difficult cases. So he was a very smart cookie, and as a consequence had a lot of enemies in the Law Society of Tasmania, and still does. And actually even in the prosecutor's office had a lot of enemies. One of those people was actually found many years later to be involved in fraud, which actually did rip off people and money. This same person had the audacity to basically go to the Supreme Court and make outrageous claims against my cousin, and his character. The same person that eventually a couple of years later got caught and got actually went to prison. So, yes, that's the sort of scoundrels that he had to deal with, and sort of top end of town that saw him as a young upstart, and they wanted to crush him. Tasmania's very small, and the legal fraternity here is quite ruthless against small players. You either work for them or they push you out of the city. It's a bit like that. And Harry basically told them to fucking take a hike and took them on. and won a lot of but he slipped up. And when he slipped up and these people went after him, when they really went after him, the Law Society, and they've still been hounding him years. They tried to basically even get him kicked out of the ATO, the tax office in Australia, the Australian tax office. They even tried to, but the tax office looked at it and said, "There's nothing here. He hasn't done anything. He's not a person of bad character. He made a mistake as a person, stupid mistake." But so yeah, it's just the way it goes sometimes. But yes, you can be a good person, and do the right thing. I always say to people, because some people say, you look at the father, you will see the son, whether they are people of good standing or whatever. My uncle sold a property years ago to another business person. And part of that was because, there is a Torrance title where you've got a plan and a title. And then there's the old method, which is deeds office, which is a deed, so a legally written description of the property. Now, part of the property, when it was actually sold, was sold in Torrance, and part of it was missed out. They actually missed it. The lawyers missed it. They fucked up. They didn't do a proper conveyancing search. And as a consequence, part of the property never got sold, transferred. So my uncle, this guy found out when he was trying to sell it, because the other lawyers, the future lawyers, basically found out, oh shit, part of it was never transferred. He went to my uncle and said, this is what happened. The lawyers fucked up. Legally, my uncle could have said, fuck you, you want the property back, give me some money. Do you know what I mean? He could have screwed him, and then you can go and actually sue the actual lawyers for that. But he said, no, don't worry. You bought the property off me. You paid me good money for it at the time. Do all the legal documents. Bring them here, and I'll sign them. Now, other people would have screwed him out of money, and we're talking about a lot of money. Talking about 100 plus. We're talking about a lot of money. He could have screwed him out of. Hundreds of thousands. We're talking about a big business, a big corner business, stuff like that, and a sizable proportion of that area that was titled. That was but he didn't. So, do you know what? And Harry again, because of friendship and all that, said, he basically bent the rule to look after his friends. He didn't do it out of malice or whatever, and then got screwed by these people. What can one say? So, be careful how you transact in the world, because even good people can end up with a bad reputation. And do you think people actually investigate about these people? No. We just look at what the media wrote and we think that that's what the person was. Unfortunately, that's the world we live in, So, yes. And as I say, what do you expect from the Murdoch press in Tasmania to tell you anything different? They're just into the sensational stuff and they don't care who they destroy. Yes. Yeah, look, you got gut issues. Go slow, Bjorn. It's not, we're not in a race to win some sort of race. Listen to your body. Don't push the thing. So as your gut improves its functioning, and all that, it'll be able to handle more protein. In the beginning, I had certain issues. It took me some time to get there. So it's don't get too wound up about it. Yes, more protein is good for you, but you've got to fix up some of the underlying issues, get them sorted to a certain level, and then add more. Did I hear milk thistle and activated charcoal while you were replying to Bjorn around bile acids? If I hadn't, why? Yes, you did. But I sort of scooted through that a bit fast. You got a good hearing. Fuck me. He picks up things really, some smug really picks up.
Right?
even my errors. Yes. Yes, milk thistle is good for the FXR enzymatic pathway in the liver. It does improve it, and it helps with bile function and biosynthesis. So very important. And also the recycling of bile. So this enzymatic pathway. So it's milk thistle is a pretty good thing, and all that. Also helps together with taurine for cleaning out fibrotic stuff as well. The other thing about activated charcoal, which I showed you guys last time ages ago, the one that I still have a bit in there, I just haven't used it for ages. I may have to give it away to someone. But what it does help also is bind some of the toxins, stuff like that are getting recycled and cleared out of your system through the bile. So, it can be part of a protocol. I want to get more into it later, doing what I call a digestive reset. So I still haven't put it all together. I've just got so many other things, but I'll get there eventually in that regard. Yes, heart is perfect for, it's one of the most dense organs of taurine. Now you know how important taurine is. And you know what? If you don't have enough, you know what happens? Left ventricular hypertrophy. You get remodeling. Taurine inhibits the remodeling of the heart. So if you're a marathon runner and you're not consuming quite a bit of taurine, why not? Why aren't you? What's wrong with you? Why aren't you aware of it? You need to inhibit the unusual remodeling of your heart if you want to be healthy in the long run and do your sport. You'll still get some remodeling, you can't avoid it, but it does inhibit to a large extent. And if you, after post giving up, when you, in the future, as you're getting older and you can't do it, you basically continue with the taurine, it'll actually bring your heart back to the normal way it should be, remodeled back, goes as cell turnover and stuff like that. Yep. Anyway, just made some mince. Wonderful. I've got those mints in there, and I'm probably gonna end up pigging out tomorrow. But anyway, that's another thing. So, is MK4 in this saliva a thing? You talk about amylase. It's a fat soluble vitamin. It's called menaquinone 4. One of the best sources in. Obviously, you'll find it in a lot of the organ meats. It's very high in brain and very high in liver. It's pretty good source in also in eggs. Brie is Brie and Gouda are some of the best cheeses when it comes to menaquinone 4. Brie is just slightly below. Gouda is just slightly below. And when it comes to the menaquinones, when you're looking camembert and brie, they are 100% menaquinone 4 of the vitamin K2. So vitamin K2 comes in a whole lot of different menaquinones. But the animal form that's in organ meats is menaquinone 4, MK4, as we refer it for short. And the best dairy source is brie and camembert. And the next one, which is probably the three best, also Gouda. If I don't say, I know that Alex will say he's basically being a Dutchman, he'll say Gouda is best because he's a Dutchman. Any frogs out there, any of my French friends will say it's brie, and I agree with Harry. That's because I'm biased and I love brie. We've all got our biases. I do reveal them. Even my friends at work say, leave the brie for Harry. All I can do is I look at them and I go and smile back. Those fuckers know me too well. Anyway, Mary should visit the Dinky of South Sudan. They are freakishly tall. They consume a shitload of meat and milk. Okay, I haven't heard of this group. I do know some of the other groups, like the Afar groups that actually consume. They consume camel milk. The Afars, who are, where Djibouti's around that area, in sort of the Horn of Africa. So they're between Eritrea, Ethiopia, and Djibouti. And I think in Somaliland, there's a bit, they do come into that area as well a bit, the Afars, and they are very much a pastoral, the same sort of thing, but it's all camel milk, so which is the main thing, their main source. And they're in this very arid, it's an arid environment. It's sort of a deserty environment. It's sort of rocks, very rocky and stuff like that. So there's vegetation, sparse vegetation here and there. And it's another group that I would, I probably will mention it. But yeah, I will bring it up. I will mention it to Mary, because obviously now she's going to South America, so she won't be heading that way. But at a future time, she'll probably consider such a group, and it would be interesting. I had like the Afars to throw in there in mine. And since Sudan, Southern Sudan, and those sort of areas are very close to each other, the biggest problem is that they tend to be more war-torn areas. So there's always that issue, and it's very hard to know whether she can get access there, easy or not. The Afars are probably easier, because especially the ones that are in Djibouti and in part of that area, which is a bit more stable. Djibouti is quite stable, so she could probably visit those groups without really much risk in that regard. Southern Sudan, there'd be far more risks involved with such a trip in that sort of area. But maybe possible in the future. But I'll bring it up to her. I'll mention it to her. But it'll depend on a lot of factors, beyond in that regard, and it's like that. I know that all of us, even me, I really want to basically see these groups survive and remain, and we learn about a lot of their ancestral ways and get that knowledge before it's lost. My biggest concern is, with time, how these groups are really being marginalized and pushed out of existence nearly, and it's horrifying what's happening at the moment in some parts of Africa and some parts of the world with a number of these groups. So it's not a good development, but they hold a lot of knowledge in ancestral ways. Now, obviously, they're not like the ancestors of our further past when, things were very different, but still, they still hold a lot of ancestral knowledge that is very useful for us, and we definitely don't want to lose it. So okay, I will Google it. Let's just take a look. This group. Just get rid of that. No, it doesn't have any pictures there. It's just sort of tattooy stuff and all that. They do a lot of that. Yeah, but yeah, that facial development there is really, really good. Yeah, look, that's wide. That's really, really good features. they're into sort of body painting and all sorts of things, and very interesting. Was taken by, oh yeah, big nice animals there. Look at the tusks on that. These are very ancestral type animals that have been, these haven't had the level of domestication some of the other animals have had. So bloody hell. Oops. Go away. That's when I was looking for tables. Now I'm getting all these ads for tables. I've bought a table. I don't need another table.
Oh god, it's the same thing with me and like monitors.
Oh yeah, you buy a monitor and then they advertise monitors continuously or this or that.
Yes.
Hey,
Yes.
that's a crooked. Yeah, definitely the facial characteristics. Yes, really, really well defined. What is that doing? Yes, I mean this is like an older lady, and still, very well defined and all that. Yeah, very much. So in that regard, but I'll definitely pass on that information, and I also want her to go and see the FRs as well. That's another one of my really sort of pet wants, because it covers sort of the the camel dairy and some of the sort of therapeutic stuff we've heard about and all that sort of stuff, and the high lactoferrin content and stuff like that. So I'm really interested in how they also use it within their tribal culture. So it's other things that I want to hear about this sort of stuff. I want to find out. There's a lot of knowledge there. I mean, we have pasteurize our milk now and get rid of a lot of this great nutrition. So I don't want it lost, that knowledge, because that's going to help us in the future. Because we're going to find out and we're going to say, well, we're missing this, this, and this, and that's going to help us improve our health. Depends on the latitude, mate. It depends on the latitude. In some latitudes, and depends on also your skin tone. So the darker your skin, the longer. The less darker, the less time. So if you've got really fair skin and you're in a latitude like around the tropical, like the Tropic of Capricorn or one of those sort of areas in that sort of latitude, that's mid-tropical type latitude, then you're probably looking at, with a fair skin, you'll get really good levels within 15 to half an hour, really good levels. And if you're on a species appropriate diet, you won't burn in that time either. If you're not, you probably will. If you've got seed oils, shit in your cell membranes, they will oxidize very easily, unfortunately. It's what burns people. The more fat-soluble vitamins you have in your diet, I've done the experiments, up to 5 hours in intense light for 5 hours with up to 5,000 IUs of retinol, and doing that for a couple of days and getting my, good levels of retinol up, and then exposing myself to very high levels of sun and time in the sun. And I'm fair-skinned, So, I mean, my tone has become a bit more darker now on my face and all that because I've been sunbaking far more now than I used to in the past. But if you look at earlier images of me when I was actually chatting with Bart, I was very fair, but I was avoiding the sun to some extent, so yes. So it has improved. But I was able to cope in the sun because basically more vitamins in my diet and less of the seed oils because by then a lot of it had removed out of my system. It takes about 7 years for turnover to reduce substantially the oxidized PUFA that you've stored in your body. So with a low dose vitamin E, I've discussed a Jarrow one. I've discussed this before. So yeah, it varies. People that have got a much darker complexion, I think HD, he's got an ancestry from the Horn of Africa area, and I've always said to him, you probably need to be out, 6 hours or whatever. It takes a very long time because you've got far less. And that's an issue with a lot of people with darker skins. The darker it is, the longer you have to be out there. Or if you're in a latitude, in appropriate latitude for your skin tone, the sort of level of melanin, then you really need to supplement. Sorry, but there's no option, especially if you've got a day job and you're indoors in an office. Please supplement. Get 5,000 IUs at least all year round, basically all year round. So meat and milk plus vitamin D from the sun produces some real specimens. Yes, it does. Yes, it does. Bjorn, I don't have to agree with you on that. If only more realised that real fact. So, God, I'm just where you actually appeared. Fuck me. Loki, I'm so behind. I just realised.
Business as usual.
That's true. You guys should know. This is the Harry Serpanos show. It doesn't run efficiently at a proper pace. Once Harry gets going, he forgets all about the live stream. What live stream? Harry's talking. He's on his own little tangents, you can either follow or basically be left behind. Oh, Kevin Bass, the cockwomble that said plant poofer are better than butter. Yes, he's definitely a cockwomble. He won't be around for a very long time in the distant future. He's probably another one of those that, cholesterol's going to kill you. You need to take this toxic shit to lower your cholesterol. He probably believes that shit as well. What another. So he's one of those, basically. He's one of those. You know what? Let Bart know. He loves attacking those fellas. I can't be bothered wasting my time. It's stuff that we've already talked about, how stupid and ridiculous it is. Bart likes to do those attack videos on people like that on his main channel. Get him to do it. I may even send him a link and say, here's another target for you, mate.
It's funny how no one wants to debate him. Oh my God.
Well, it's like me. Nobody wants to debate me. Nobody wants to debate because they realise that we really know our shit. And if they debate us, they will look like the morons that they are. Very, very quickly, they will look stupid. And they're too scared that that's what's going to happen. And they're going to get ridiculed. So it's the way it goes. It's the way of the world, as they say. Oops. I better show these.
I think I work better in the morning.
Didn't miss any others. We're looking good. Oh, transfer this across. we will go to, what's this one? Let me just, so that's the one that, so that's the Southern Sudan, the tallest people. Yes. Now that's one tall lady.
Wow.
These are tall blokes. Fuck me. See what I mean? That is what humans really look like. Muscular, lean, but not overly muscular. Like the bodybuilders. They're not, they are quite muscular. If you look at that, look at the wide, the first bloke, how wide it is. He's quite muscular. He's quite, he's built, don't get me wrong. But he's not over exaggerated. And remember, some of these guys are over exaggerated actually don't have very strong muscle fibers. They've got a lot of fluids, water in their muscles. That's not strength. That's just size. It's a difference. Let's be completely candid with that. Now, let's look at this. High protein is bad. MK. Yes, that looks. Oh, that's like Harry in a singlet. It's not enough. There should be a tray of meat.
Exactly.
Yes, repeat. Oh, I love this one. Oh, this one I'm going to use in my future attack on the Repeat fan club. St. George, Serpanos impaling the Repeat dragon. I love it. I absolutely love it. Oh, that's really good. Thanks, mate. I appreciate it. That one is one of my favourites. Taking senolytics when you're old. Vanishing out of existence. Senolytic death. Nice one, mate. God almighty. Oh, that's a good one. That's a good one. Thanks for that.
I couldn't let the joke pass.
Oh, it's perfect. Loved it. Absolutely loved it. See, that's what will happen to you if you listen to Harry for too long. You'll dematerialize out of existence into another universe.
You ascend to another dimension.
That's it. You're in the Twilight Zone. Harry's little Twilight Zone. G'day, Fluffy Rambo. Good to see you. I'm crawling into bed. Thanks, Harry. Yeah, it's 11:30 at your end. Yeah, it's at 9:30 here. We're going on a bit longer. I don't care. So, if you want to stay around, stay around. What just happened?
Hey, no problem for me. It's early morning after all.
Oops. Oh yeah, for you it's Sunday morning, isn't it?
Yes.
That's right. You got nowhere to go.
Yep.
He's trapped in the Harry Twilight Zone.
Oh my.
Kevin is not even vegan. Well, there's plenty of cockwompers out there that are not vegan. That's why we use it as a standard thing. repeats are cockwombles, non-vegans that talk shit are cockwombles, and vegans are uber cockwombles.
Yep. Uber cockwombles.
Oh, well, we
Exactly.
always like to give them the highest title which they deserve, and they appreciate being elevated to the highest level of crack pottery.
Precisely.
Would be great if we had Bart here. No doubt Bart will deal with that Kevin Bass at some point. Ah, yes. Would be great if we had Dave here, basically handing us out some beautiful cheeses. He's in the Balkans enjoying quite a few delicacies in terms of cheeses. I'm envious of. I'm jealous. Is the aluminium a concern for health? In what way? Stainless steel? Are you using stainless steel knives in an inappropriate way? Are you wrapping yourself in aluminium foil, avoiding the UFOs? What do you mean? Is it an EMF filter that you're using? It's really an open-ended question. I could go on for hours in that regard, but I suspect you're talking about something in terms of food-related issues with aluminium. Yeah, it can be an issue if you're cooking with it. I wouldn't cook with aluminium. Let's put it that way. So it's not only, it's some of the other components that can come out of the burning of the aluminium foil and stuff like that. So it can be an issue. So there's a lot of factors, and basically, why would you put that stuff? I use baking paper. If I basically want to slow cook something in it like a grill, I'll actually just put baking paper on top and let it, and then I'll take it off just to get a nice, light, that darker color for a few minutes, five minutes extra. Take off the baking paper, leave it 5 minutes, get a bit of color on it, a bit of caramelization, so we don't get too much oxidation and stuff like that. And then throw away the baking paper, let it rest. You always should leave meat to rest for a while and then enjoy it. What about Matt Monarch losing his colon after years on raw plant-based? I do not know the guy, but it does not surprise me. Still selling his shit from the hospital bed. You're fucking kidding me.
Yeah. This guy is he's actually somewhat well known because he's been in the raw vegan movement for like over a decade or something.
Okay.
And
I've-
Necro Kitty told me that
I must have missed him somehow.
yeah, but like I think he's based out of Ecuador or something. I'm not sure,
Okay.
but when Necro Kitty
he's
first
down there with
joined,
Tristan.
like,
Is he down there with Tristan?
yes, yeah,
I
that's pretty much.
Because remember, Tristan used to be vegan as well years ago,
Yeah.
and he and a lot of other vegans tended to go down that way. And,
Yeah, I actually think they are like related somehow.
Okay, neighbours or close by or whatever.
Yeah. Mhm.
Okay. Well, that doesn't surprise me.
Mhm.
So, but yes, how much cognitive dissonance do you have to have your colon ripped out of you and still be peddling this shit? I mean, what can one say? How much bizarro in thought patterns do you have to be?
I can't even see.
Yeah, I can't actually, lamps, exactly. It's shit what he's peddling still after this sort of condition. And I bet he's probably heard the bullshit from the doctors. Oh, it's, everybody's suffering genetic disorders nowadays. It's genetic. Yeah, 60 years ago, nobody was actually suffering genetic. And all of a sudden in 60 years, everybody's suffering genetic issues. Remember the
It's
Pottage's
weird,
cat
right?
thing? The Pottage's cat thing? The only thing that can accelerate, a lot of these sort of genetic pathologies and bodies really going deranged very quickly if you put the animal on a species inappropriate diet to a large amount. You will really make the animal very sick very fast within a very short amount of generations. And that is exactly what we've been doing. Experimenting on the human race with very inappropriate foods in the last 60 years, or even less than 60. It's really in the it's really took off in the 80s to be more precise. So we're looking at about 40 odd years, the last 40 plus years, that we're really gone off the rails in terms of nutrition when the food guidelines come out. And we were encouraged to eat more kibble and seed oils and all the other garbage and be more plant-based. So, yeah, look where we've ended up. And these people are so brainwashed, in such cognitive dissonance. Fuck me, God. I mean, how fucking thick do you have to be if you haven't woken up now to realize there's something wrong with what I'm doing to get to that stage? If it's basically the perfect diet, it's supposed to be healthy and never cause any problems, why the fuck are you having your colon ripped out, mate? God almighty. LOL, my kids saw my driver's license photo, which is 5 years old, and said, I look 10 years younger than I did 5 years ago. Exactly. Carnivore diet is, low carb diets. There's all these mechanisms. You're talking about fat soluble vitamins, which improve niacin as well, that improve skin, your actual complexion. But beyond that point, because the health of your inside of the body reflects the outside of your body. So when you're eating species appropriate and cleaning up a lot of the mess, you start looking better. So I'm not surprised. A lot of people look much better in our community. It's just the reality. It's even my skin in the last 10 years looks much better than I used to look. I used to really look puffy, really look bad. When I was in my 40s, my skin was much poorer. My whole, my body was full of pimples. I'm not kidding you. My legs, my chest was full of pimples. I used to break out in a lot of pimples, shitloads of them. It's just a high sugar diet and sugar and seed oils and all that sort of stuff. But I really used to break out. It was really bad. I used to I thought it was funny, literally just busting my pimples, but yeah, I know. But it just it just indicated how unhealthy I was, So, but you don't think, because you've been brainwashed to think, I'm doing the right thing. I'm not eating less enough, and I'm not doing enough exercise. I'm too lazy. It's my fault. And you think in those terms, and I can't be bothered, and you get into that. And then all of a sudden you get on a low carb diet and it becomes effortless, and say, well, that's how fucking easy it was. And things start clearing up and your skin looks better, and you go, what the fuck? So yeah, exactly. It's, yeah, look, a lot of people dramatically improve, and that's the thing, Well, these vegetards are falling apart and actually going into hospital and having their colon ripped out. Yes, very important. Very important, No. Animal amino acids aren't a problem. Remember, we can consume up to 70% protein, methionine. And the more methionine you consume, the more your homocysteine goes down. Haven't you seen my video, Sam Smug? Go and check that video. The more you consume, the lower your homocysteine. So what my message is, go and check out my fucking video. That's my message to all those people. Link my video to them. I'm a type 2 diabetic. Should I fear protein? Definitely not. Definitely not. You should not fear protein. You basically just need to, initially, you need to get yourself more fat adapted, which is the way to go. And I can tell you, the quickest way to actually get off the meds and get fat adapted? Actually, one thing, like when you're looking at things like blood pressure tablets, you need to come slowly off them. When you're looking at PPIs, proton pump inhibitors, you need to come slow off them. There is certain medication, neurological medication, like for mental disease, a number of things that you need to come slowly off them and have your doses adjusted accordingly. You should not come rapidly off them. Not advisable. This is not medical advice, but I'll make it quite clear. Do not go over. Make sure you work with a physician. You may not necessarily like all the shit and bullshit that they talk about, but at least you've got somebody to monitor you and make adjustments as required. Always do that. Now, do not take things that will make things worse, and they are all the refined garbage out there. Basically, if you've got type 2 diabetes and you want to get rid of it, Seed Man, really you need to get off, or you shouldn't have a packaged food in your home. If you've got a packaged food in your home, why is it there? I don't want you being on xylitol, on any alcohols, no ice cream for you, no nothing. You should be off all that stuff. You also should be on taurine, but depending on whether you're on blood pressure meds as well, you need to make adjustments and go slowly on that. Why? Because taurine is very important for all tissue, but also getting rid of the fibrotic tissue out of your pancreas. Very important. Another element which is good with a carnivore diet is all your alpha and beta cells in your pancreas, they also, obviously the beta cells is for insulin, but also the alpha cells, which are for glucagon, they also have receptors for zinc. I wonder where we get zinc from. Oh, that pesky meat. Must be that pesky meat. So, yes. So what do you think is going to actually improve your health long term? Meat. You should never fear. You're not going to, you can bring down insulin and all that because it's the insulin to glucagon ratio. As long as you're not putting any carbohydrates in there, you should be 0 carbs. I'm not kidding you. No milk. I don't care whether you have got tolerance of milk. Do not put any milk there until you fix your derangement, until you fix your whole system, the way it functions, your insulin sensitivity and stuff like that. You're on meat, mate, if you want to get healthy again. And the other thing you need to do is basically go and hook up with somebody like Pim Johnson and get some information off her. She's a good coach when it comes to diabetes. And if you really want to go, let's say I had diabetes and I was in your shoes, what would Harry Serpanos do? I can tell you what he would do. I would have about a month coming off all this stuff and actually lowering my carbohydrates until I eliminated it completely. Have a month transition, eliminate the whole stuff, add more meat, nothing else, just meat and more meat, fattier cuts of meat, but basically that's all, and transition that way. And then after a month, I would do, because I would be more slightly, have better satiety, signaling and all that, then I would force myself into a 3-day fast. Now, why would I do a 3-day fast? One, I'm going to clear out my old immune system and rebuild my immune system, which is a good thing. Plus, the other thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to basically improve my insulin sensitivity. It's a great reset, let's put it that way. And then I'm going to introduce my first meal will be bone broth to provide a lot of that gelatinous material for the, because I've fasted for a while, for the gut. And then I'll start with some meat and increase the meat. And then I will stick to that meat for some time, fatty cuts of meat for quite a few months. And what will happen when you do that is you'll start leaning out and becoming more and more insulin sensitive. Since you'll be your blood sugar over time will start coming down to more normal rates. So will your insulin. Your glucagon status will improve. And as you continue that, you won't be taxing your pancreas as much. And it will make it much easier for you to heal your pancreas. And that would be the strategy that I would do. If you want more advice in some of that stuff, go and see Pim. You'll see her. I've actually changed my featured stuff, and I've changed the order. So I've got Bart's new, Science Integrity channel, and then next to that, I've basically moved ahead of Bart's regular channel. I've moved Pim's diabetes one, and that's primarily to make it more visible for you guys to know about it and actually start fucking subscribing, because these are good people. They know their shit. So please subscribe to it. And now you know where to find the channel. Go and check my feature, the second one there, which is Pim's on the Diabetes Academy. Contact her, get a consultation going, and get her to basically, at least you've got somebody as a sounding board to help you along in your transition. Anyway, let's move on. Yes. Now, that's what I want to see. Roll it out, Bjorn. Roll it out, mate. That's what I like about, actually, I'll tell you one thing about Honest. She's a real big carny. She loves protein. That girl is very lean and very, very, hot from what I hear. She's a real one of those top carnies. And take a look at Kelly Hogan. She used to be a fat young lady. Look at her now, lean, really lean, and looks great. How did she achieve that? Shitloads of protein, shitloads of steaks. She wasn't scared. Yeah, I demand. It is demand driven. Today I have a load of steaks. This over my blood sugar was 3. I ate nothing, and an hour later it was 4. My body made enough sugar to normalize. Yeah, exactly. I had a big fucking steak. I really overate shitloads, and my blood sugar went down to 3.7. And then about an hour or two later, when I checked it, it was around 4.1 millimoles. So I came back to that really around the 4. So let's do the other on the cholesterol. Converter. And let's... So when we're looking at that, it's going to fall out of my ear. So when we're talking about 3.7, we're talking about 100 and... Oops, not cholesterol. What am I doing? They've got the other one. Where is it? The blood sugar, that's the one. Okay. Millimoles. 3.7. 66.6. And 2 hours later, it was 4.1, which is 73.8. And Zombie had 3 after she pigged out. You pig, you lady. And she basically 54, much lower than me. And 4, 72. She's definitely not a sweet girl. I couldn't help myself.
Yeah.
Oops. Oh, did I lose my messages? Are all over the place. Oh God, where is it? Where am I? Messages. I've lost a plot. Where are we? I'm just going to go crazy and just going to go. I'm just going to. Do I see anything? No. I'm going to miss all this. I'm going to miss all this. Oh, bad luck for you guys. Oh God. Oh. What's Jay Weber say? Hey, Harry, just can't turn the volume up. Wifey is sleeping. Fair enough. We don't want to wake her up and upset her. And because we're getting close to the end, 4 hours, so I have to go to the. I'm going to go to the bottom. Bad luck to the. Ah, yes. Mine is Brainless McDougall. Ah, yes. So we've all got our favourite crackpots. Others like McGregor, others like McDougall. McDougall's is really off the reservation. Have you heard him? He's sort of going loopy. He's going, is he on drugs?
I haven't seen that.
Or is it just brain fog? Lock that man up, please. Bloody hell.
Oh God.
Eeps. Ah, yes. A deranged state. Yes. Absolutely. He's one of our most favourite. It's like, I know that, Milty is basically Bart's favourite because he just says such,
Oh
such
God.
idiotic things. He just says such idiotic things. He's just, he's funny as, I used to be, when I used to like, I don't really enjoy the current McGregor. He's really, he's sort of like a monologue. There's nothing. He just sticks to the script. You know what I mean? And says nothing else. But some of his earlier videos, he was sort of very animated, jumped around like that. He was like he's like a at that stage he hadn't actually achieved brain fogness level. So it was in the early days of the veganity. He was an early acolyte of the Church of Anorexia Vegana. So as a Vagoon, he still had a bit of spunk in him. The one that I did about the methylation, which was 2013. That video was then actually, but that was actually even older. That was actually a couple of years older. That was basically, I couldn't find the original. So I actually found that some other vegan had posted. So that goes a bit further back. So we're talking about now, about a decade. Then he had not achieved brain fogness level as today. So he still had some mental capacity, but he actually, talking to the Vagoons in that lecture theatre, he basically went through all these issues that they were talking about, that they were suffering back 10 years ago, and talking amongst themselves. And that's the really good thing about it, that it was, the perfect video. I didn't have to do anything. He just basically laid it all out about what's happening in their community in his colourful way, because he was much more colourful back then in that regard. And then all I had to do is just stomp on him on all those issues, which was really easy doing. So, where some of them now, they're so deranged or so in their little silos that they just don't make sense. You go, how do I exit, you don't need to debunk him. The people just debunk themselves. It's just complete and utter nonsense. Even Bart says he's listening and goes, it doesn't make sense what this person is saying. It's complete and utter nonsense, because they've got such brain fogness, or they're in such a mental state that they can't even remember some of the basics of physiology or biochemistry. So they're completely and utterly confused, what they say. And you sit there and you go, God almighty, it looks like a train wreck. And it is. It's a fucking train wreck, So, yeah, so funny. Ah, yes, brain shrinkage. Yes, very much. Very much the condition. It's called vagoonerizing. Next time you see somebody with brain shrinkage, say, have you been vagoonerized? Oh yeah, like Stockholm syndrome. Yeah, the bagoons trapped in their little nightmare of yes, crazy world. MacDougall has signs of dementia and Alzheimer's. Very much. Remember what McGregor said in my video? That if you basically have a high homocysteine level, you will have brain shrinkage, higher levels of Alzheimer and dementia. And we know the Vagoons have a higher level because of their lack of meat and high methionine foods that they fear wrongly. They basically are suffering from higher homocysteine levels, which are basically driving dementia and Alzheimer's in them. Horrifying, isn't it? Yes. And they're one of their own lays it all out for us and makes it so easy for me to basically, do that video. That was a real easy video to do. Even though initially I thought it was going to be difficult, I had to sort of, but once I actually worked out the little areas, my key, I go, okay, I'll use that part. I'll use that. And I actually numbered it. I put it in I opened up a notepad and just did it all. And I go, okay, I have to go to those minutes. So I just had all the minutes that I had to go to between. And then I sort of missed one, if you remember. I had to go back and go, oh, yeah, now I remember where that was, because I put it in the wrong thing, in the wrong row, and I'm going, oh. So I had to sort of improvise there a bit, but it all worked out. So a combination of those points plus the studies, really nice polemic. That was a really good video, I think, anyway. I don't know. What did you think of it?
Oh, I actually enjoyed it a lot. Like, it was a real treat watching that. And it's just perfect how Gregor himself was talking about. It couldn't get better than that.
I know, that's what I really loved. That he provided the framework for me to put my own comments around beautifully, and the
Precisely.
science as well. He just he said, we guys have got all these issues, and then Harry says, yes, for this and this reason, and it's just
Yes.
perfectly. It's probably one of the best videos that I've actually done in regards to that sort of stuff. Where others I'm sort of sometimes I can go a bit off the rails here or there, but that one was just perfectly timed in all fashions and all that. So I was able to discipline my erratic brain enough to basically get it really done well. So I was proud of that one in particular.
Yeah, it was pretty good, Harry.
I'm glad you enjoyed it. I just hope that more people share it out amongst the Vagoons. Let's entertain them and probably save some of them as well. Good to see you, Soza, and you're welcome, mate. Actually, I've noticed recently I've had a number of subscribers that aren't even carnivores. One of them on the earlier one turned up, and that person recently subscribed anyway, and I'm his only person that he subscribed to. That was really interesting. So I'm going, okay, that's pretty good. Somebody joins YouTube more recently and then looks and finds it and goes, yep, I really like that. Found somebody that I can really subscribe to, and that's, for me, that's, I can only say thank you, Charles, for, the tap on the back on saying you like my stuff. So do really appreciate that. So there are a few others. Some guy in Russia, it was a Russian Cyrillic, couldn't even read it, and a few others that are not even associated with the carnivore community at all, because I looked at some of their other stuff channels and not at all. And I'm going, okay, they found something interesting in that sort of stuff, the stuff that I'm writing and doing about some of the other stuff. Because I'm also touching stuff that probably has a general character as well about some of these pathways and things like that. And probably some people are finding those interesting as well, because they have some generic effect basis as well, let's say, about some of these mechanisms and some pathways, how they work. So maybe that's what they're finding interesting, that, some people like that more cerebral stuff. Don't know, maybe. I don't care. Thanks for subscribing. That's all I can say. Yes. Milty Shield is one of my favourites. Yes. One of Bart's favourites as well. Yes. I'm trying to think, who would come second as Bart's favourite? Can you think? Yes, most annoying crackpot would be Hench. Yeah, pretty much he is. He's an idiot. Who would be second of Bart's attack?
Yeah, I'm trying
pets?
to remember.
Yeah, so am I. He's one of the doctors. I just can't remember which of the doctors that he really likes attacking.
Yes, it's one of the. Who is it? It's.
Yeah, I just can't remember either.
I mean, he hasn't done videos on Dr. Ken in a while, I think.
Okay.
Dr. Khan.
Oh yeah, he had a period where he just had a fixation, and now he's got a fixation on Milty.
Yes.
Look, the reason why it happens, because Bart is a high functioning autistic person, and he can get fixated on things. That's what happens. So he'll get fixated. He's lost his fixation on Khan, and now he's got on Milty, and he needs to find someone else. We need to give him a new target to unlock him.
Oh God.
Look, I tease him sometimes. He sometimes gets upset with me, but I tease him. He needs to be teased now and then. So, yes. Oh, hi, Harry. I'm a big fan. Oh, thank you. Right. And could you tell me what is truly wrong with the studies saying LDL causes heart disease? Where do I start? Or is it impossible to disprove since we cannot directly inspect mechanism in the body? First of all, let's put it this way. Native LDL, there's not one study in the world that actually has ever shown native LDL. That means unoxidized. That means when we're saying native LDL, we mean LDL that has no oxidized PUFA. There are studies, go back, that can show mechanism. There was the earliest ones that I've actually seen. One was in 1983 and the other one was in 1984, where they did definitive research. This was after Ancel Keys's mafia group on the Heart Foundation had done some research, and the study that they actually hid for a number of years, which came out not exactly the way they wanted it to. And then some other researchers did some follow-up research on actual LDL and the seed oils to look at the seed oils itself. And they actually found when you looked at different types of fatty acids, the seed oils was the ones that were increasing lipid peroxidation in the LDL. So it was quite clear, a slam dunk. This was not basically, this was mechanistically. So they were able to demonstrate when you put any other fatty acid from any other source in an LDL particle, you maintain native LDL. No, you don't get this oxidation effect. But when you actually place in there, PUFA from these vegetable oils that is highly rancid and damaged and very high in aldehydes, the aldehydes will basically damage some of the lipid membranes within the LDL surface, plus they will basically also oxidize and potentially could cause leakage. The leakage can actually affect the glycocalyc into the pericellular matrix of the actual LDL molecule, increasing the sort of reactivity and damage and its interaction with the endothelial layers. And if it's quite severe, the damage, depending on the amount of these reactive sort of oils inside the actual LDL, lipoprotein, or boat, you want to call it, it will basically cause far more damaging effects because the actual charge as well, because you're actually disrupting the pericellular matrix, which maintains a negative charge, which means that your negative charge from your endothelial glycocalyx, actually one does not attract the other. It sort of bounces off and keeps on going. But if you've basically damaged part of that surface, then it can become stickiness and can stick on the sugar part of these glycocalyx of the endothelial cells. So that can create damage to the endothelium and stuff like that. Increase that many-fold by putting this sort of garbage in. Yeah, it can actually really wreak havoc and inflammation throughout, and then macrophage will come in and start trying to heal it and, put spattling and, get in there calcium and LP little A will come in to try and stitch it all together with that long tail it has and try to hold it all together and all that. So, it really becomes a mess in that regard. And you'll even have LDL, LP little A coming in from the outer end, coming inwards to basically stitch from the other end. So you can stitch it all. So you can actually hold it there. But if you keep on damaging that area, obviously, then that will grow. And we know what happens there. That can become very unstable. An atheroma can burst, and then you've got a heart attack. That's a long story. But pretty much, if you've got native LDL, there's not one study that will ever show anything as a problem. But if you've got these toxic oils in your LDL, you're going to damage that. And then you're going to make it an oxidized, what we call oxidized atherogenic LDL. So it's the shit you put in your mouth that is actually going to create that condition. And the more of those damaged lipoproteins you create, the more inflammation, the more reactivity you will generate. Now, obviously, you can put a bit of antioxidants in there, and they will be electron donors, and they can donate to these even to the LDL surface. They can donate electrons, try to stabilize some of the actual membrane and all that by being electron donors and trying to stabilize it and all that. But there's only so much that can be done with antioxidants. In the end, if you're really pushing up the oxidative products, it just overwhelms the system, and it will damage a lot of these lipoproteins, and they become oxidized and highly damaged, and sometimes even their receptor can be damaged, which means that they remain in circulation because they can't use a receptor anymore, the ApoB type, to connect and actually be taken in by the liver to be recycled and cleared up. So you can't even do that, getting it out of the bloodstream. So it just basically will remain for many hours and hours and hours and slowly degrade and become a problem along in many different parts of the body. So yes, it becomes a mess. But that's when you eat inappropriate stuff, so when you do that sort of stuff. So we do know some of the mechanisms, and we do know how this sort of stuff, how a native LDL can become atherogenic and oxidized and highly damaged and all that. So we know that, and we know that LP(a) comes in and to try and actually stitch it all up and all that. It's a hero. It's a lipoprotein hero that comes in. It's been demonized. Just because it's elevated, just because the fireman's there trying to put out the fire, he's not the fault. You're adding fire and kindle and actually more reactivity, and then there are more firemen that are coming out as LP(a) to try and stitch it all up and trying to hold it all together so you don't get too much. The body doesn't like having a lot of loose things in the bloodstream going around causing reactivity. It's got to contain that, and that's what LP(a) does, contain all that. So it's a good thing when it goes up because it means it contains it. If it's chronically elevated, it just means that you are doing something, you're eating shit, that's actually increasing that reactivity, and that's why it's elevated continuously, chronically, because it's dealing with all the damage you're continually doing to yourself without knowing, because you may be, especially most people out there, are ignorant of what they're eating because they've been brainwashed to believe that what they're eating is good for them. So, I was as well, many others. So it's just that reality. But now, what else have you said? Yeah. So there's plenty of information in regards to how that all happens in that regard. So that's a sort of short story, how these sort of nasty things. There's additional stuff also because you can actually have a lot of sugar building up on the pericellular matrix. So in the hairline little fractures that are around the surface of all lipoproteins, bacteria, endothelial cells or whatever, there are little glycans and all that, sugar molecules and all that. They use signaling, and there's also the pericellular matrix that actually maintains a negative charge, preventing too much stuff from sticking on it. If that's been compromised in some respects, you will get more stickiness that can actually happen, which can actually accelerate the stickiness even with other particles, and that means you can actually damage other lipoproteins. So you can stick to other things that you can damage them as well and increase the magnifying the effect of that. Then also add sugar to it, especially fructose, which is 7 times, recently there is some stuff that actually even Lustig has talked about that actually has shown some mechanistic stuff that it could be up to 10 times. It varies. We've confirmed that it's definitely above 7, but whether it's 10 exactly fold, I think it possibly is, but I'm not going to say it because we haven't had confirmation, additional research that confirms the findings. So let's stick to the stuff we know, which is at least somewhere between 7 and 10 times glycating. We are going to confirm whether it's definitely 10 or close to it. And so, me, I'm a scientist at heart. I really have to have it solid and testable stuff. But even though, let's say it was even 5 times glycating, not 10 times, 5 times, that's still a lot of glycation. you're going to get also a lot of these sugar molecules that are going to stick on the actual, will glycate and alter the proteins and the lipids on around these lipoproteins, deranging them even further. So you've got an attack from within and attack from without. Sugar molecules on the outside, oxidized stuff on the inside. You add both of those and in large quantities, and you can understand the sort of mess and derangement and then the stickiness of all these sort of things and the platelet aggregation and all this sort of stuff and the mess that is created. And then the inflammation that follows, and then the cleanup job, the horrendous cleanup job. And this is why you have all these fatty streaks. You've got all this mess all over the place because these are things are falling apart and you know, it's a mess. And you've got a lot of workers out there, firemen, LP little a, trying to fucking stitch all this up and trying to hold it together so it doesn't actually flow freely in the bloodstream. It's really bad when you look at it in those terms. People never describe it in those terms, so that's what really is happening. That's why you get these fatty streaks and all sorts of things. It really is a fucking mess. And it's all stitched together. There are some new technologies in this area. There's new technologies that are being developed in the US where they can put like a catheter right through, and then they've got like an inflatable type thing to prevent to basically where it inflates and actually then can pull in, and they've got a small like a syringical thing that they allow still the flow of blood and all that, so they don't impede the blood. They can pull all this plaquing that's in the actual artery out of there and suck it out. Obviously, you still haven't got the healing of the endothelium completed either, so you may still get some build up after the procedure, but it will reduce the amount of plaquing in a sense. It's a new technology. I'm looking into it in that way, and you know, it may be the only way of basically, because a lot of people aren't going to change their diet, way of basically cleaning up all these arterial messes and all that sort of stuff. So it's another area that I'm sort of investigating and looking into. It's very interesting, but it's still sort of a work in progress, research, blah, blah, and all that. So they have done some stuff where they've pulled plaque out and fixed a number of, you know, blood vessels in that regard. But could you combine it with a species appropriate diet, do something like this? Yeah, it probably would be an accelerated way of healing yourself in the long run in the future. So it's interesting, all this sort of stuff. I get into this sort of stuff about how these things work and the technologies that are in place at the moment and all that. But, you know, look, I've looked at the literature very deep in this regard because I've had the condition. And I can tell you the two biggest drivers are refined fats and refined sugars. You know, get those out, you get most of the inflammation, most of the damage out of your system. Simple as that. You know, I do, you know, and it's not impossible to disprove because we've got actually good imaging now to see that sort of stuff happening. And also we've got research going back. We've got shitloads of it. People just don't know about it, mate. They just do not know about it. Rinka. They don't know about it, Rinka. They just have no idea. There's shitloads of research. It goes all the way back. The Randall cycle, people still don't know. 1960s. And how many other things. People are so ignorant. I mean, even the Ansel Keys of the world and all these people did research that showed certain mechanisms that we've forgotten about. There is so much bloody stuff that people have completely ignored and have no idea. I'm not kidding you. It's just horrendous the amount of stuff and ignorance that's out there on these sort of things. And there's good mechanistic studies. There's good research showing exactly how this happens and how it works. But unfortunately, you know, we live in a world where most people just listen to the standard propaganda, and that's the reality. So it's crazy, absolutely crazy. But yes, I could go on for days talking about this, but then I'd never finish.
You know.
Yes. Bloody hell, is at the time 10:30, and it's 4
Yep.
hours and a half. I think I'm gonna
Yes.
have to definitely pull the plug. I can't see anything majorly. What it did, but showed a study that patients were admitted in hospital with heart attacks. They tested the LDL levels. Their levels formed a bell curve, normal distribution, no dose response. Exactly. I had normal, what is called normal, in that middle range cholesterol, and I was considered a 5% anomaly by the cardiologist. So, yeah, you're right. I forgot about that. That's what the cardiologist said. Mr. Serpanos, you're a 5% anomaly. And I said, oh, great. That really helps me now. So what do we do? Was my next answer. And he said, well, we could schedule you surgery. I said, when's the earliest? And he said, tomorrow. I said, book me in. So, yes. I said, how bad is it? He said, it's really bad. It's 90% blood. I said, oh, so I could walk out here and have a heart attack. Okay. So I pretty much told him, yep, let's get it sorted. Smug, you do not need grapes. God almighty, not need sugar. As I said, we only need on a carnivore diet for general physiology, we only need trace amounts. We're talking about using supplements in doses. I mean, if you want to get 3 milligrams, you can actually have 2 avocados. You will get 3 milligrams. So why do not touch the grapes?
No grapes for you. Bad. Very bad.
Exactly. I'll come over and spank you. You may like that. You never know. So yes. Well, I'll send Shell over to whip you. And I know she would definitely love that. God, I don't know how you poor people put up with me and my antics. Yeah, some raw dairy Bulgaria. See, I love you so that much. I entertain you. You guys entertain me. You know, I really enjoy the company. So it's mutual. Yes. Very right. Very too much. Trouble's still here. You're still loitering around, Trouble. and don't the rest of you forget it. I shouldn't encourage her. I know. I do over-encourage Shell. Yes. Anyway, I am going to leave you wonderful people because basically it is 10:30. I know. I wish it could go on for a bit longer, but I need to get my sleep. I do have work tomorrow. It's the way it goes. I'm going to try next week. I've got to sort out my room, finish that off. So the following week, I can fix the table, put it in there, set it all up. But I'll go through this week as well. I've got to get out the garbage and then fill up the garbage bin with the other stuff that's in plastic bags at the moment. So it's a bit of a mess, me trying to clean out that room. I should have done a long time ago. I didn't realise I had so much shit in there. It's sort of, the rest of the house looks a bit more Spartan and everything's just been shoved in there, out of sight, out of mind, so to speak. And then until you have to deal with it and you go, oh, shit, there's so much stuff I've got to get through. So, yeah, it's a bit like that. But eventually I'll have a great office. You're welcome, Shell. Yes. Lamps, always, mate, always. And Ness, yes. Dream of meat, definitely. rows and rows of it. I'm in bed half asleep. Yeah, because it would be basically 10:30 where you are as well. Ah, yes, it is winter, and we're not in daylight savings in Tassie, so otherwise it would be 11:30, and I would have definitely shut it down by this stage. Yes, yes. But thanks, mate. Always appreciated keeping you guys happy with some of the banter and antics. Yeah, pretty much. I think we've covered quite a few points. Any last thoughts, Lukey?
Oh, well, I just have to say this. Somehow we seem to get really interesting questions, these three. And yeah, nice to be here once again. It's nice to know what everyone's doing and, talk about a bit stuff. And I just want to say that you guys can expect more of me at this time rather than the other one because I am starting to wake up early. So, yeah.
Fantastic. Great, great. I'll send you a link through as well. Yeah, so I mean, you do some technology stuff as well. You've got a thing. Are you thinking about doing a few extra videos or stuff like that, or?
Yes, I've been thinking about it. Yes, and I'm also now that I have now that my mind is not constantly bothered with like university stuff.
That's it.
I'm starting to like slowly recover some of my skills and my personal projects as well. So I may start producing some content soon. We'll see.
Sounds good. Looking forward to it.
Thanks, Eric.
Look, just put some stuff out there. You've got, you made an attempt and then you sort of stopped because of uni. I know, I understand, and all that. But putting a bit of stuff out there and whatever. I'm actually, I've been actually thinking of doing some sort of down the track, some sort of like a going through. I mean, I may get your help as well. And sort of make like a short list of different people and all that you think, and sort of like doing maybe a round table, like a Zoom round table, where we record it, the whole thing, but we basically just talk about a whole lot of controversies in the carnivore community, like a round table. We talk about a whole lot of things, get a few characters in there, yourself, Necro Kitty, she's good value. Maybe Fapnado, if we can encourage him, a few other characters.
Yes,
I mean, some of the characters that are on Discord.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I'm pretty sure that Phoenix compilations would join in as well.
Yeah, exactly.
Precisely.
Get a few characters and all that, and have a bit of a round table type session for a couple of hours, and just talk about all sorts of the controversies of the carnival community and all that sort of stuff. Because I mean, you guys talk a lot about these things. I sort of touch on these things now and then because I sort of follow the live stream, with all the questions and stuff like that, and then I do my own regular little videos and stuff like that. But I haven't done a sort of like a Zoom things. I mean, a bit like what Bart used to do in the past, where he used to invite a number of people, get them all together, and just talk about different controversies, and different characters and their opinions on those sort of things. Do something similar, and whether people want to do it live or whether like a pre-recording, I don't really care either way. It's probably going to be easier to do like a pre-recording initially, and then maybe follow it later on with a live sort of thing where people can ask questions, where we've hammered out some of the big issues amongst ourselves, and then we can throw those out and we can sort of talk about them in sort of general, and then people can ask questions. So have a bit of a chat with Necro Kitty and the others, and see what and see how they feel, whether they want to go for it, and we'll put something together.
Sure.
If Bart wants to drop in as well and drag him in, I'll mention something as well. You guys can mention something as well, since you're on Discord, you're running it. So we could do it something like that. We could promote Discord a bit more as well amongst the different different characters out there, so it becomes a bit more aware. It's a bit like, because Discord initially started, it was trying to become a bit more like MetaRex type thing, wasn't it? A sort of
Yes.
an area, but it never really grew enough in that regard. Maybe we could promote it a bit through my channel as well, so I don't mind
Yes.
in that regard. So give it a bit of thought and see what you think.
Sure, yeah, I think it's a pretty good idea.
Thanks, Joel.
And I think everyone else will be stoked as well.
Sounds good. Anyway, I'll let you sort of run that part. That's one less thing I have to worry about. And yes. Anyway, guys, thanks for being here. It's been a really long session, this one, 4.5 hours. That's a bit of I don't know whether it's a record, but anyway, it's close to a record of one of my extra long streams. I've really enjoyed it. I've had fun. We've had a lot of different banter and all sorts of things that came out. I'll tell you one thing, it was early. I'd probably go a bit longer. But yeah, but currently, yes.
I actually want to start making ice cream, so yeah, I need to be off in a few minutes.
We can't neglect those essential requirements. Lord of the Blue Blockers, yes, Lord Ray. sounds like an Egyptian god. Okay, guys, thanks for being here. Appreciate everything. Thanks, Loki. Appreciate being here. And we're pulling the pin. And see you guys. See you guys next week.
Stay well. Bye, everyone.